So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair.
I'm the only alien here. Frick. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Crazy. Fuck.
Oh my. Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it. Do it again. Do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa!
Bro.
I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny.
I love the wholesome ooh boys.
Ooh.
Oh.
What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Clone?
Yeah,
Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Granny win.
Like, actually?
I'm
You're
coming
not
for your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like... Turn it off! It's so... Oh my god! I don't know what noise that was. It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We'll find all of the animals again? Yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Nina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much. How's she not dead? Please. Peek? It's not peek.
This is my will.
Oh my god, please no. I was just
Oh,
gonna
nice.
go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh, no, no! Mina!
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press
What are
space,
you
press
talking
space,
about?
press
You're
space,
drowning.
space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space, space. Hold it, hold it,
It.
hold it. Oh my god,
Nicole,
she
if you
died.
can- Nicole!
It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to
Bruh.
wash the cup after. I can't. What the heck? My heart's beating really fast, okay. I'm the only alien here, frick. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Oh my. Yo, who's Wheezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, Bet you won't.
Whoa!
Bro.
Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I was... Oh my god, I couldn't find my mic.
Oh, what the heck? Late ass shout out. What? Make it go away. Go away. What the heck? Hold on. Oh, it's gone. Nice. Okay. I'm very not prepared today. Wait, I just saw my closed caption and that was not what I was trying to say. Hope you guys can't hear the game. You probably can though. My hair's still wet. I just got out of the shower like 30 minutes ago. But my hair's so long and so thick that it takes a very long time to dry. I have a bow in it today. Oh, already. I guess we're playing now. Okay, let's check this out.
Poggers, bitches.
Hello, Fatal Knight. Welcome in. How are you doing? Connecting to this game, I probably should go to this screen for you guys so you guys can see what the heck's going on, you know? Let's go ahead and return to group. Oh, before that, let me plug in. I know this is hella ghetto. Hold on. When I have my sound mixer, it'll probably be better. My audio mixer. Fatal Knight, how's it going? I just started, so. Oh shoot, hello? Let me change my settings because I probably don't have it on the right audio mic. Okay, that's good. Test. Aw. Probably need this closer. Hello. Turn my mic volume up. Higher? That should be good. Right? And then my volume. Whoa, wait. Why don't I hear myself? Give me a second.
Give me a second.
Do you guys hear me
Do you
twice
guys
too?
hear me twice too?
My audio is being weird.
Audio is
Mm-mm. What's doubling?
What's doubling?
What is doubling?
Is doubling.
Am I hearing it in the game?
Am I hearing it in the game?
Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I see.
I see.
Do, do, do. Da, 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 da.
Hey, Kimchi.
Hi.
Hi.
Why
Oh, you
don't I
sound
hear
kinda
Why
double
don't I
myself?
right
hear
now.
myself?
I don't know.
I think I have to restart
I think
the
I
game.
have to restart the game.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. Let's exit the game and then hop back on. Something is happening that's very strange. Very, very strange things are happening here. Hi, Fatal Kimchi. I'm good. I hope you are too. You're hearing double, unless that's the goal. Yes. Yeah, no, that's not the goal, but something is up. I'm not quite sure what it is. We'll see. We will find out soon enough how to fix it. Okay, I have to hop into their game, into their group, whenever it loads up. I did plug this in midway though, so that could be it. It's weird that he's hearing me double and then I hear double. Sticking together is the best way to complete a trial live. You have any plans for this weekend? Fatal Night? I think it might have been because I pressed it. Or I plugged in my mic mid-game. I think. Oh, I work a lot.
I work a lot.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Oh, you sound a little bit loud.
Why do I hear myself
I
again?
hear myself again.
What was that?
It was Orlando.
That nyanyak sound?
Hello? Okay.
Yes, it was a very high pitched knock knock, and it
Oh, you said
made it
knock
sound like
knock?
knick knack. It
I heard
probably
a
just
yuck,
sounded like
yuck.
neck
I'm like,
neck.
what the frick?
Neck, neck.
It was very high pitch,
Yuck.
okay?
Like
do it again.
6 days this week and next 2 weeks. Why do you work so much?
It was
Stop
working too much.
so hard. Fatal Night? For no reason. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Yo, for no reason? Yo, come on. You know why.
Gotta pay them bills. Pay for the children somehow. Namu, you have children?
No, I'm just...
Sad for them.
But I'm also making a monthly stream for us, Kimchi.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
Let me grab my snack. I put them too far away.
Because I'm in a hole trying to dig.
That's stupid.
Yo, same. It's not funny. It's not okay. We struggling out here. Wait, I want him to face us, you know, like that.
Gosh, hold
He
on.
faces. You can't even see him.
Okay, I got my
He's like out of
snackles.
the scene. I don't want this too close to anything because it'll burn something.
Well, how was your day, Kimchi?
Where'd she go?
Today was a day. No, the mute on my mic takes help. Like, it's not sensitive to press. I have to like hold it sometimes.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah, that sucks. It's okay. I love Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil's everywhere.
There we go.
Namu!
The mayo shake?
Thank you for pinning that.
Yep.
Best mod?
Ayo.
You ain't gonna fight it. I always have. I think I'll have like most of the evidence.
Oh, actually, one more thing.
What? Oh no 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 no! Stop unmodding you right now.
I was just
Oh,
gonna
nice.
go.
Okay, so
Yes,
we-
this
so
stream
oh,
where
no,
I
no.
accidentally almost killed Joe.
Almost accidentally.
For some reason though, my shout out clips don't work.
It works now, from what I'm saying.
Or does it? It like froze on my screen. It was weird.
Maybe you just lagged.
Maybe.
That's my
Fatal Knight,
guess.
what's your favorite Pokemon?
There's only one right answer. You must answer it very carefully.
There's only one.
My favorite
right answer.
Snorri. My
Personally?
favorite is Snorri.
Cute.
Snorri, best Pokemon.
Who's Snorri? Do you mean Snorlax?
Yes.
Oh.
I call him Snorri.
Turtwig's the only right answer, apparently.
If anybody
No.
else wants to, you're more than welcome to.
And then doesn't even use a
Well, good
Turtwig emote? Come on. Come on, man. What is that? Namu, you know how I have a racing chair for my chair on stream?
Yeah.
I want to get a racing seatbelt so I can strap in.
That'd be so good.
And then when you're like playing the game, and you'll be like,
Gets too
strapped
scared,
in,
buckle
boys. Buckle up, guys.
up. You can
We
also
ain't ready for it.
You can even have a redeem where you just have buckle up.
I was gonna have it a redeem as posture check, because you know how if you're strapped to the seat, it basically checks your posture. And then I was gonna play like Initial D songs for the yeah. Anyways, one day. It's actually not that expensive. Oh my god, you would never believe what happened to me today.
But
So I was waiting for my cam link from Mercari to come in, right? And it's basically people reselling their shit, right? So I was like, okay, cool, I'm gonna grab this thing. It's a cam link, and they were selling it for hella cheap. I was like, maybe they just, need to get rid of it, whatever. They need money. It came in the mail today after it said it was shipping since Monday. From someplace that's only an hour away from me. So I was like, why is it taking a whole ass week to get to me, right?
yeah.
But
When it's
I
only an
got
hour.
it. And you know how much a cam link is? It's like $100 right?
Yeah.
The Elgato one. They gave me a $18 the ROHS HDMI cable link. So I just got ripped off.
That sucks.
hope I have something that can help.
This is why I don't trust that much into open marketing online.
I know,
Yeah.
but I was like it's good to recycle, right? Like when people don't need things, but I guess some people
Yeah.
just really want to rip you off and take money from you. How could they? How dare?
Where are they at? Let me get my shotgun.
Oh, shotgun?
I didn't stutter.
You didn't. What the fuck? I'm scared. No, you're not allowed in here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Get me out. Get me out.
Hello, Kimchi.
Nope. I'm out.
Hello.
Initial D songs go so hard. Yeah, they do. They really get you hyped up. It's funny because the main character is so calm.
Wait, Kimchi, you didn't do the you just need to do an exam and you'll be able to do program X, right?
I don't know what we've been doing. What have we
let's
been
try
doing? How do I
let's
check?
try the exam. Oh yeah, check.
I can check. I've never used this terminal.
I don't know if she can check because you're party leader now, man.
Yeah, or you just try out the tutorial. If it's not working for you well, oh well, but you know. You definitely don't want to like lose all your
Ooh.
power.
Dollar bills.
Let me check my records. Am I checking
I hope
my
it's alright.
record?
No, you want to check.
that's
Go to
right,
the
I'm
main
sorry,
lobby
I'm
thing.
Uh-huh.
Go to like where you see all of us on the left side. Can you click that? The big box.
Hold on. Main lobby thing. The big box.
It's called trial. It's called
Yes,
trial in the
okay.
tabs.
Yeah,
Can you
trial.
click the big box or no?
I don't have anything on there.
Yeah, so you can't check
Yeah,
it.
no,
That's what that means.
Yeah, no,
Because
it's
Mama's the
because
party leader.
I'm the lobby leader. That's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I have no
Yeah.
idea. Even my evidence, I only have like one thing.
I'm gonna say she is at the final exam
Thank you.
for the orphanage. So let's start with that.
Yeah, we can
She
play
might
whatever.
only be
I'm
there
not.
on trial 3.
I'm not playing for storyline, guys. I'm playing for spooks and wins. I need W's.
Not to
I've
say
had so
fools.
many L's
We're
lately.
gonna die.
We're gonna die.
Yeah, or I should say it. The intro, the introduction is loud. I'll tell you that.
Oh, the whole game is fucking loud.
Test tubes.
I mean, you can always like turn it down. If you reach 20 seconds.
Nah, turn down for what?
Alright, guys, time for the colonoscopy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say what Joe said before. What is up with you and colonoscopy?
Education and faith must follow our
You don't
It's a
like
free
that?
colonoscopy. You ain't gonna take it.
Shape them young, and they're ours for life.
Oh my
Teach the
god,
children.
no rebellion.
Give them
Okay.
first
No
communion,
lust.
and we will let you
Oh,
out.
cleanse them.
I'll
Makes sense, makes
fucking
sense.
saw
That's what I'm
Jesus.
saying,
It just takes away my appetite as well. Get out of
Yo,
my
you
face.
put me on
like,
fire!
just-
Fatal!
like-
What the fuck?
Wait,
Oh god,
what?
that's loud. Oh god, we can't watch that. Nope. Nope, we're not watching that. I'm sorry.
Well, it's everywhere. I mean,
You can just look
if
up.
this one's a little bit like too much. You can always like turn
No,
your
you're not watching
head
that.
on the other side.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the game volume down on my stream. Sorry, we're gonna pop out of the screen real quick. The reason being why we pop out of the screen every time I tab out is because this game for some reason is so sensitive to where your
Limited
mouse
intel,
is.
limited hiding spots, unreliable doors, limited items, increased threat, increased
I
traps.
think it's
Okay.
because you're using windowless. Like a lot of like too much like flashy things coming at you.
Oh my god, he's here already.
Just look at the other way. Oh yeah, if it's too loud, definitely put the volume setting down.
I'm working on it. Sorry.
Oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't even know it was there. Oh shit. I have psychosis. I was being distracted. Oh shit, I have psychosis. Oh fuck.
Yeah, run.
I'm trying. No. It's really hard to see. Oh, no, I'm gonna die.
Oh, what? Are you...
I was
Are
in
you good?
psychosis, yeah.
I think she's good.
Oh.
She's good now.
Yeah, I'll just give her
Now.
your psychosis.
Wait, can you stop?
There you go,
Oh.
it's fine. It lasts a really fucking long time, no, it's fine. Here, we're going up here.
Oh my god,
Right
that's
here.
so scary. You memorized the
So you wanna
maps
do that,
already,
or,
Lando?
I got it. Huh? Yes,
Video.
absolutely, I have.
I don't remember. I remember like it in the moment and then I forget.
No, I just kind of do that subconsciously.
Oh, I did not mean to hide.
There we go.
All right.
Where are we going?
This one's pretty easy too. Like
Left. It's top left. This way.
Left, top right, and in the middle.
Yeah. It's wait, kimchi. Right. Another. Now, according to it's
It's over here. It's over here. And there's a shitty guy over there. See that? Look.
okay. Just ping that.
I know you're there.
Big Mom's behind us.
Another house call.
Shit! Oh, fuck. Why do I have psychosis a fucking gun?
Good night, Fatal Night. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Fuck! I got it.
Which one?
I got the one that we all knew.
All right, Kimchi, follow me this way.
Yeah, grab that for me.
We're gonna go this way.
Left one.
Ah, shit. We're being chased.
Top right.
Chased by what?
I should be okay. Okay. Wait, Kimchi. Kimchi, behind you. All right.
I'm running. I lost him. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, dude, I took
that
way
way,
too
not
much
that.
fucking damage.
I'm going crazy right now.
Daddy, you don't have nostrils, do you? However,
All right, this way, Kimchi.
get out of bed in the morning.
Oh shit! No, there's a fake Kimchi over there.
Not a fake me.
I got it. Oh my god. Downstairs, back downstairs. Oh, come on!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Namu. Oh shit.
Nice, good job.
Wait, Kimchi, come down, come down. He's gone.
Wait, I changed my voice to males.
Good. My concern is when you get
Oh
to
fuck.
like. When you
Oh
get
my
to,
god! She scared the shit out of me.
That's my concern. Wait, that is not what I meant to press. God damn it.
If you want to come in, just let me know. I'll open the door. Shit.
Wait, no, wait.
Yeah, I see that.
Fuck! Shit! I didn't know the door could stun me.
I'm gonna die.
Fuck, dude! Of course there's a dude here.
Kimchi!
Where are you?
Come over here.
Where's over here?
Oh, I'm dead. I have a syringe.
Oh, you got him? Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
have
used
my
his
deal.
own syringe on him.
Let's heal everybody up while we have the chance. Okay. Everybody in this room, okay? Come with me.
Doesn't matter if people are coming, just get in here. Get in.
Oh,
Everybody
there's
in,
a someone
get
there.
in.
Namu, okay.
Wait, how do you get in? Oh fuck.
I'll open the door. I have to open the door.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Kimchi, come to the door.
I can't. They're body blocking me.
Then run around. You can go around.
No, there's two.
Think you can fucking.
No, wait, get yourself away from the door.
There's two
No,
of
I'm
them,
doing that
that's
to
why.
block it so they won't fucking come in and kill us.
No, there's two of them, like, literally blocking me from walking forward or running around. There's one in front of me and one behind me.
Alarm came.
I love you, Kimchi.
Oh, he's executing me.
I couldn't close the door quick enough. We have to get him out. Kimchi, don't get body block me! Let me help. Fuck. I'm in psychosis now, man.
Watch this in your head.
Run, keep you on, keep you on.
Run where?
Anywhere but here.
Alright.
He's still right there. Oh shit. Hey, kneel up.
Yeah, dude, I'm at 1 health. Here, Kimchi, get in here. Namu, come to the door. Namu, come to the door. Come to the door, Namu.
Lunch. I hear you.
Okay. This is a safe room right now.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't get in, we can't get out. Unless I move, of course. Go put this in that. Not that. You won't me fucking ping it. But the little cage thing behind you, Kimchi. Over there, you see the little thing with the button? Put it in there.
You can put it in there from here? I don't think so. Oh.
You have to push the
No,
button.
there's already a film in there though.
Oh, then just leave it
Yeah,
there.
there is.
I'll put this down. Make him shield me. Oh yeah.
Thanks.
You can't walk out that.
Oh, I can't?
Shit, Namu.
Shit.
I got the disc, don't worry.
Oh, come on!
Oops.
Laugh at you. Don't have
Oh shit.
come to me.
Oh fuck, Namu help.
Make better. Thought
Oh fuck.
stays.
Watch out.
Shit, you guys coming this way with them?
Oh
I had to
shit.
drop it.
Why can't I jump over this? Oh shit.
No, I
Shit.
can't. I'm trying.
Oh fuck. Trying to run from psychosis is so fun. Fuck me.
Kimchi, I'm here.
Nami, you good?
Should be fine. Fuck. Do you have like a brick or something?
Yeah. Well, not a brick.
Shit.
This is stressful.
Voices. Sweet sounds.
It looks like I'm taking everybody's fucking attention.
I hear you. Noisy little.
Fuck! Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got the last one.
Smiles possibility.
Nice. Namu, really?
What?
You're being chased.
Follow me, we're going straight. This way. You're
How
right.
do you memorize this?
Doing it 4 times in a row.
Oh.
So,
Wow, I'm fucking amazing at this game. I remember this was a dark section.
I don't have, like, I can't run as fast as you guys. Oh, it's this one.
Here comes
We're just
Jesus.
speed running. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to leave.
We're speed running,
I'm going
guys.
to the basement. I'm gonna get the keys.
we need crown and fire. Crown and fire.
Look, you on fire? What?
Crown and fire for the keys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for the love of God.
Run from me!
What if oh no,
Oh, this is my fault!
just is.
Close still.
Don't bring her over here, okay?
Not trying to.
Oh my god, I don't have anything. Oh shit, Namu. She does hella damage.
Where?
I brought her
Watch out
to
for-
you.
Oh.
Fucking. Oh my god. God damn it.
Yeah, my battery's dying. I'm so sucked into the game, holy.
Fuck, god damn it. Fuck. No, guys, I'm...
Hinama, are you okay?
Do you have a healing reg?
Not
Ready?
right now. We'll be ready in like 10 more seconds.
Fucking... Fuck you. Fuck you. Really fuck you.
Orlando's having a good
Goddamn
time.
fucking hate you.
Right? Do we need more keys? What do we need?
We need... Yeah, we haven't found a single key yet. Lock this. Oh, come on! I'm dead.
This is what it takes.
Actually, like, executed.
Yep, I'm down.
I'm running.
Oh, why is it like...
Hey Namu, I'm gonna open this door. Oh shit, no.
No, not that door, not that door.
Oh shit!
I'm in danger. I'm in danger.
I got the fire key.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Fuck.
Generators are done.
No! Oh, fuck, what a bitch. Come on, dude. Let me get out of here. No, 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 no.
I'm trying to get Namu, and he took him away.
Okay, well, I have no stamina, so I'm probably gonna get down too.
I have a second syringe, don't worry.
Shut.
Go have kimchi, go have kimchi. Go have kimchi!
There was a guy over there.
Exactly! That's why I'm saying go over!
Oh my. Let's go this way, come on.
Oh god. Here we go.
Oh, shit. No, I did not mean to do that.
Whoopsies!
Jesus, kimchi's got the fucking crap out of me.
Oh my
Ouch, ouch.
goodness.
Hold on, I got...
I don't have an antidote.
I'm good,
Okay.
I'm good.
I do.
Just came back from grocery shopping. Ooh, what'd you get? And Ducky, thank you so much for the lurk. Really appreciate you.
It's a fine.
Wait, give me...
Oh shit, no. It's okay.
I
I have
shit.
antidote.
I should have not done that.
I have an antidote. Can we bash this open already? This one? I'm gonna hide.
Can we get the secret door open? There's a button here, and then there's a button on that side.
Okay. Oh,
I know
fuck.
it is, it's sad, I just can't ping it because I can't see.
Oh, fuck.
That was
No, no,
not.
no, no, no,
That's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
I was
no,
expecting.
Wait, jump over here, jump over here. Go.
Where's the buttons? Button, found a button.
Chicken breast and eggs. Sounds the best, dude.
I found a key. Do we have fire?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
Protect me, protect me, protect me, protect me.
He's after me,
This game looks scary on Joe's stream. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Here,
You got the other
kimchi.
button?
Yes, 1 second. There you go. Hit it. Okay, here, take this. Alright, well, let me, there we go.
Oh shit.
I'll take that.
No, I was gonna, that's fine.
What do you want? Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Damn, she can't swing, bro.
I'll take a hit. Let's go. Come on.
Good.
The
I'm just
games
trying
are
to, like,
hectic. What do you mean
help.
good? Bash, 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 bash. Come on. Come on. Bash.
Yeah. Go.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting our ass kicked right now, but at least we're progressing. I'm just like helping Kimchi get you like the
Wait.
Program X
Yeah, we do.
stage.
Sorry, hold on. I don't want to watch this part, so.
Yeah.
It's fine. I got it.
Wait, no, Lando, I can do it.
Okay.
Okay, you got it? Alright, cool.
Just make sure if anybody comes that you distract them, okay?
Then you're more than welcome
For sure.
to.
We're just
Oh my
gonna
goodness.
never mind what they're doing, I guess. Don't look at what they're doing.
Don't give the head look the other way if you don't want to see it.
We're not talking about it right now. It's fine.
Up here, Kimchi. Don't leave. So go out the right door because Big Mom opens the left one. This door.
I'm
You take the
pretty
lead.
sure she's. No, I'm pretty. Wait,
Okay,
Kimchi.
I would move.
Back up.
I would move. Wait for it. There it is. Fuck! Can someone kick her? Kick her.
I got it.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Watch out, big dude.
Alright.
Keep going. Straight. To your right.
I can't run.
Right
I
again.
can't run.
Right
I
again.
can't run. Don't leave me.
Over here. Because Fatal Kimchi is also streaming, so I decided to like stream a little bit longer.
I'll get all of you, horse.
Got this.
Oh no, not him.
Watch out.
I ain't pretty, fuck you. I prefer to be called ugly.
Alright, Lando, we're good. Let's go.
Oh god, that was so fast. Lando memorizes the whole freaking thing. Have you memorized it too, Nama?
Yeah, sort of.
No. I got a B. Let's go.
But I
Got a
just keep getting
C.
myself. I
Oh,
just
D,
keep getting
sorry.
myself ganged up by like all those guys, though. Also, really hard for me to like get on through.
Ooh, I leveled up. Ooh, I got some pretty
What's this?
pants.
Pretty pants.
I got some of my pretty pants. Got that drip.
Got that trip.
Actually, I really like those pants. Hopefully, I have a good top to go with it.
Let me do this real quick.
Oh, now it's hard for me to level up now.
Wait,
Let's
level
hear it.
20.
What level are you?
Level.
You're level 20? Oh shit,
Yeah,
that was my neck.
Are you okay?
Yes, I am,
Yeah,
sir. Yes,
I'm
I
good.
am.
It's normal, Namu. It's normal. Don't worry about it.
Return to the sleep.
Fucking D, dude.
Yes.
Empty.
What? How'd I get a D? I'm so bad at this game.
Hey, every day is a new day.
Did I level? I don't remember. What should I get?
Dude, I have a
Oh, this
prosthetic
is in the
leg.
room. What the hell?
These pants are sick.
Where's
my
that
top of
freaking
it?
room?
That
There.
look
Oh, it's
fine.
upstairs.
Does look good. I can do that.
I
Wear
just
that
need to
one.
level up one more so I can just find something for my my third amp.
Oh god, I
So-
don't like this communion trophy.
You don't like what?
The
I
communion
mean,
trophy.
look at my pants, dude. Aren't these cool? A prosthetic leg.
It kind of reminds me of like Fallout a little bit.
I like it.
Is
Nice.
Ori playing too, or?
If she's
If
okay
she
with
is,
it, we don't know.
Hmm.
it all depends on if she wants to continue or not.
G bro, you should play too. Don't
who?
you think
Five-man
G bro
lobby.
should play this?
Is G-Bro here?
He popped in.
And the answer would be yes.
Okay. Yo, your leg is fake. Oh, it's hella
Yeah, I got a
loud
prosthetic
though.
leg.
Do you hear it?
It doesn't change anything in game.
Yeah, but it's loud.
I know it doesn't. I got a
Wait.
shoe though.
You got one shoe.
Everyone has shoe.
I have a
shoe.
shoe.
Everyone has
No,
shoe.
I don't. I don't have shoes. I want shoes.
You're only
Give
Give me
barefooted.
shoes. Give me some shoes. The heck is this game?
I really like these pants actually. Is Ori joining in, or is she still in the stream?
I don't know. Or if you're here, if you want to join in, let us know. If not, that's totally okay.
Someone redeemed close up on my stream and it was a lot. It was very intense. It was so intense. I can't believe someone gave me fake stuff on Mercari. What the heck, guys? Why would you do that? Don't do that.
Someone give you what?
Someone gave me, it's easier to explain. So I bought a cam link on Mercari, but then they gave me like
Oh, yeah,
an
yeah.
$18 one. Yeah. Like a knockoff HDMI capture card. And like
Yeah, Ori, Vigil, either of you guys want to join in, just let me know. Or anyone from Kimchi's chat that probably has this game, you guys are more than welcome to join in too.
Drop kick.
what?
I wish there was a
time
drop
is
kick in
it?
this game. Just
10?
drop kick a door.
That'd be crazy.
Or drop kick an enemy. Either of the two would be great.
Drop kick.
I want a drop kick. Jump
my
and
mute
hit the
is
slide
on.
button. You drop
Please
kick a
inform-
person, a door, doesn't matter. I want to drop kick.
Wait, hold
If we
on.
could.
His audio is very, it like overpowers. Even though I've
He's
turned
so
it down
cool.
multiple times.
Oh no, so let me give a shout out for both of you actually. For Vigil
me
and
see.
Ducky.
Why do I have Namu at 100? Okay, I wanted to read the freaking evidence. This one has none.
Muscle anyone?
Heading removed. Please inform M. Scarfiotti and A. Bradley that 37 of the Murkoff Charity Outreach Centers are operational and successfully intaking potential patients at a higher than anticipated rate. An additional 6 centers will be open before March 1, pending signage correction. Scarfiotti's insistence that any Murkoff Corp branding to be limited to inside the outreach center out of public view. By March 1, we will have operational patient input in New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Detroit. Namu, have you ever read any of the evidence? Wait, why do I hear myself twice?
I can hear myself twice.
That's me. Sorry, I got it.
Yeah, he probably was Lando, yeah.
So their Murkoff operational patient input in Detroit, there's 2 centers. Have you read any of the
Hey, yo?
evidence yet?
Yeah.
I read a few, but it didn't get you like every single one. Wait, which one's the Detroit one?
This one's the Gathering X Pop evidence.
Oh, I haven't had any of those yet. Badge.
And then I want to know, I think this is like how you get the storyline, right? Is basically playing through and collecting all the evidence then? How do you collect evidence? Is it the documents?
I mean, I think evidence are just collectibles actually.
Are they documents or are they just random? You remember how you pick up the... Yeah, so it's when you pick up the documents?
Yeah.
Do you think they're locked into like certain trials?
That I'm not so sure.
That'd be crazy. I'm level 8. I don't know how.
Hey, tomorrow you can do what is it? You can get yourself a the amps.
Wait, I'm gonna screenshot you the badge I got and I'm gonna send it to you. It's freaking funny.
Is it chicken shit?
Oh, you already knew. What's the other one? Spend 3,060 seconds crouched. My whole life I've been crouched. My back must hurt. Like crazy. I just want to read all the evidence. Tell me the stories. Imagine Kimchi reading.
Imagine.
Where have you guys stopped at?
For me, we're at Project X right now.
Hey,
I have to do the open the gates one.
blur together here, don't
I don't know if you guys want to just like try that one, or you guys are just like, or if you guys want something more like easier for a little bit.
Keep your head down.
I don't mind whatever. It's
Okay.
just fun doing random things.
Lando, you good?
What can I offer?
I think Lando's AFK right now.
What's I was just
Oh, never mind.
That may cause slight incontinence.
We're opening the gates.
Okay.
If
You
you
do
notice
speed
yourself
boost.
feeling more than
Man, Lando
ordinary,
sucks about what happened to your foot right there.
Yeah, what happened there, bud? What's the story?
Is Ori not joining?
I don't
lost
think
that
she
war.
replied. You lost
You
that
lost
war.
that war.
Oh gosh.
Back in the non days.
No,
The
you see, I
nom
stepped
nom
on one of those
days.
mines about 400 times,
Nom
and
nom.
eventually, it took off a toe, and so I just took off the whole leg.
You didn't like the leg.
Easier
It's
to
fine,
replace
it's
a whole
fine.
leg.
Right,
It's easier to replace the whole leg, and instead of just the toe.
Yeah, for sure.
You are the hand. You can be a fist. You can be a
No,
caress.
I don't want to. Shut up.
You can bind or untangle. The hand does not think. The hand
Shut up.
merely needs to execute the
I hate
will
you.
of the brain.
No, you will.
Get ready
Shut
to
up.
learn.
I wonder
Don't lie
what
to
Damn,
weird,
so aggressive.
what weird messages they were trying to give us. Wait, what are we doing?
We have to open the gates.
Uh-huh.
I think we have to do, what is it? What was it? Okay, this is new.
What's new? I didn't see nothing new.
Someone just put it like I think Mama just tried to like put the bag over my face.
Oh.
Bag. Are you sure it wasn't the face?
Oh, we're in Fun Park.
Have you not seen the one where she tries to put a face that she took off of somebody onto you?
Oh.
No, not stronger enemies.
Roaming our
The cop one shots you. Be careful.
Trust anyone.
If you see the cop, he'll one-shot you.
How?
I think we're good until we get up to the maze here.
I found an antidote.
Nice.
I also have an antidote.
You see that?
Nice.
Oh, look at that. Look at that up there.
You see that?
What?
He's
What up
scary
where?
looking. Is he
The
not
monkey?
scary looking? No, the...
Alice, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream?
Raid.
Raid. How are you doing, Alice? Hey, Abyss, how are you?
Look.
How was Alice's stream?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna open the door yet.
Watch out for the glass.
Cool. I used him to open the door.
Who was that? Who was that?
I can't open the door. Oh, there you go.
I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good as well.
Yoink.
So glad that it's the weekend right now.
Yeah, there's nothing in here.
Time to chill.
Oh my god, I haven't grabbed anything.
Wait, there's bricks over here.
Thanks. I'll take a brick.
You see
Brick.
that?
And welcome in, Raiders. My name is Namu. I'm just a variety / charity streamer, and I am raising up money for the charity.
Take this.
You guys would like
Oops,
to
I don't mean to do that.
donate
Oh,
just
you
for
can see.
exclamation
the
point
massive.
charity.
No
and right now-
technical items? Wait,
Wait,
it says no technical items.
Oh my god, that bitch scared me.
oh, meaning we can't do any lockpicks? Wait,
No, I
yeah,
don't
Alice, if you
think
guys
so.
go raid run, you're more than welcome to. Don't worry about it. You just have some good,
wait.
get some good rest and whatnot.
No,
And again,
I
thank
think
you so
there's
much.
no, I think there's no rig rechargers.
Aw, shit.
Why would you do that? I'm playing a scary game.
Alright, let's go
I
upstairs
think that's-
first.
Yeah.
Shit, I can hear him already.
Well, who knows? Maybe this is gonna be a
Yeah.
like an easy one. Here, let me take a lead. I see the enemy right there.
Namu, it's strong enemies.
I know. I see the enemies.
No, it's strong enemies.
I know.
Like they one-shot us?
Yes, yes.
And,
And
like,
I
you're
said
saying
I
it's
have
gonna
an
be
X-ray.
easy. I got it.
Oh god. Yep. No, he's coming over.
You afraid of the dark?
You have to break that, Namu.
It's not opening. It's not opening.
That's
Never
not a
mind.
door that opens, I think.
Booker! How the fuck you see me?
Oh shit.
Sure as hell can't fucking hide!
Oh no! Please don't.
Isn't this pretty?
No, it's not pretty.
You can't hide from me.
close. Be careful. Night vision, my ass.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Gremlins.
He's coming up.
Max Bob, right there.
I'm fine. Now let's get moving. There's no way I just triggered him. I'm on the fucking other side of a goddamn map. Okay, let's go right.
There's an enemy to the left. There are... I don't see any enemies to the right.
Yeah.
Look.
These guys over here.
I see a battery. I'm taking it out.
Look.
Shit. Run. Run!
Oh, that's what you meant.
I said run! But that was pretty clear! Move back.
He's already here.
Where do you think they are, Daddy?
Where are they?
Sometimes I feel.
I did not mean to press that button.
Don't they think?
Who the fuck is that? Oh shit. That doesn't get her? Oh fuck. Oh god. She's terrifying. I'm bleeding out already.
Daddy's gonna show you dental hygiene. Daddy.
Oh
What are you
shit.
doing? You hurt mother.
Thank you, but I'm still bleeding out, so thanks though.
I would have sworn there was somebody here.
Careful, she's near.
Tromping through my
Good, I'll take her away,
I hear a gosling, softly a
Bird,
jostling.
you're gonna be alright.
Here we go.
Where do you think?
Gotcha.
Thanks, Nami.
I'm just waiting until my rig recharges. I'm gonna see like where the other battery's at.
Clever Daddy.
Oh, is that what you use that for?
Yeah.
That scared me.
What the fuck?
They're all. This is dead end. This is a dead end.
Oh, okay. Why did I just open that door slowly?
This place is creepy as fuck.
Nothing in here.
Look. Good hiding spot if you need it.
Wait, don't leave me.
Or come over here, Kimchi. Uh-oh.
Shit.
Oh,
Hurry, hurry,
God.
hurry, hurry. Oh my God!
Shit.
We are going to get you,
No! Not again. Are you fucking kidding me? I suck at running.
Tell us, you lazy cow! They're still close. Give him the goose grease, Daddy! Yay! That's my job!
Why are they so fast? I hate her because she's really, really, really fast.
I got you.
Shh.
Damn.
Got you. Over here. There's the antidote if you need it.
I
See
got
that?
some.
We should grab that.
Oh wait, actually over here. Oh no, it's just a battery.
You good?
There's some vials over here. Like this way. Good.
I pinged it. I pinged it. The battery thing? Don't we need to put something in there?
Yeah. Can't you find the ones that we haven't done?
Be careful, Gooseberry is coming. There's one directly through this door. I have no clue how to get to it though. Never mind, I figured it out.
Y'all need the slipper upgrade.
The slipper
Uh-oh.
upgrade. Oh shit. I'm not fast enough for her. Oh shit. You good?
They're close. Be careful. You see that?
Okay, that one's done.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm dead. I'm being executed too. Yeah, I'm being executed. What are you doing?
Oh no, he's on the other side!
I have a syringe in my body. There's a syringe in my body.
Look.
Go through that door. That's the only way in.
Shit.
There's no other way in, I promise. You just have to go through that door where you saw the big dude. It's literally the only way in.
Oh my god.
On the other side. That's where I was going to get.
I'm gonna wait until my rig recharges. Wait, Kimchi, can you close that door?
Do you have a syringe or do you need to take mine?
I got a syringe. Alright, almost X-ray is gonna be almost up soon.
Okay.
MG, stay here.
Hey. Who's it?
It's not dark anymore. Gotta go straight to your left.
You see that?
In the back there where he's going as well. To your left. On that side.
I'm trying to ping him, but
You see that?
Big man, it's not dark there, it's not dark there.
he went back that way, by the way,
It
guys.
wasn't dark there, bro.
I hate getting stuck like this.
Here you go.
You can move around, Kimchi. You don't have to just stay there.
I don't want to, because I get hurt.
Rust, Dr. Futterman.
Over there.
She's over there.
Is it that barrel you can hide in? last time my truck was a fucking
Hello.
just hopping as soon as it goes past. Run. Do the bottom or something. Do the bottom creature.
Dying! You've always been dying! Another house call! Wake up, coward!
Fucking oh shit. Oh shit! No. Fucking get that. Aw, damn it! Kimchi! Up to you.
X-Bomb, right there. They're close. Be careful.
Alright, so Kimchi, hop out of the way. Go to your right. There's a barrel there. I want you to get it.
This barrel?
You see that?
Yes.
I heard something too, Daddy. Well, let's go say hello. Here's my little gosling.
Go straight. Don't hop in that barrel. Pretty sure there's behind it. Up here.
Step into my office. It's time to clean your orifice.
Hop in.
I have a syringe. It has to be somewhere around here.
Is that normal spot? What are you standing on it? Nice. Good job, Kimchi.
Hmm.
You did good.
Good job, Kimchi. Good job.
Good job to get
Hey. Alright.
You see that?
Can you give me a heal?
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a medicine over here. What the heck?
Kimchi dropped it, but she picked it up.
Oh.
Do you have anything? Yeah, that's right.
Wait, Kimchi, here.
There you go.
Kimchi, take it.
Hide in that barrel. What are you?
Wait, Kimchi, just say where you're at.
I'm right there. To your right. Alright, open that door. Unlock that door. Escape on the way back in if we need it. Okay, no, you can run. Chickens, you're back.
Open your fucking eyes!
Alright, Lando, just give me another second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta roll over it.
I don't see anything, Dad. I think I hear our friend. You won't hurt
Fuck.
my baby!
No! Fuck, dude.
Swallow the stirring, fellas! Daddy wants to dip his It's best to just let him finish. Just hold still. You hurt Mother! Daddy's gonna show you that don't like me!
It's okay. There's 2 syringes here. Holy shit. One for me, one for you.
Shit.
Oh, this is it.
Damn it. Oh my god.
It's because they're stronger. It's like one hit, you know?
Oh, Dr. Butterman, you are such a card. Now, don't
We
you
really
think
had to see this whole thing.
I fainted. We're all dead. All my friends were dead.
Yeah. Damn.
We tried. What difficulty was that?
It was
It's
one of
actually
the
like one of
hardest.
those like hardest one.
Oh, okay.
I should
Vigil,
have
if you're
trailed
still
off
here,
on
we
my
can use
own.
a
That's my
little help
fault.
here or whatnot.
I think we need one more person.
Isn't
for that
Hal
one.
on?
Yeah.
I
Is
keep.
Hal gonna
Sorry,
play?
how was it? I was trying to save Kimchi and everything. I totally forgot about that big dude in the end.
Yeah, I was keeping track of them. I knew where they all were, but I couldn't really vocalize it because it's hard to hear me.
Oh, you've been waiting?
I think what it should have been is someone
wanna join in now?
distracts while I pick up, but I don't know. I don't know if. Well, what's
I mean,
strong
we
with
could-
the
we could-
enemy
it
is
definitely should have
hard.
been the case.
Oh, you got hit of Jimson. I got you, Vigil. But yeah, Ori, if you want to join in, we can. You
Let's
told
start from the
to-
beginning if Ori joins.
Yeah,
I don't want to do another one of those.
no, I've been waiting, and then I said, hey, Ori, if you're here, just let me know. And you didn't see anything on the chat, so we just go on a little bit. Yeah, Ori's been waiting for, bro. No, we're not gonna do hard
Ori.
levels. We're gonna start with like.
Ooh,
Ori's,
cool.
we're
The baby
gonna
stuff.
start from the beginning.
Yeah, I think we should do like
In the
like
chat call
definitely
for a
like
minute. Okay.
yeah. Do something.
Oh yeah,
from the
we're
start.
going to like we're gonna start from the beginning. Okay, alright, I get the points, bro.
Does Ori need an invite?
Ori does.
I don't have my mom as a Steam friend. What the fuck?
Your mom's on
Hold on.
Steam?
I did
I don't
say,
know.
hey Ori, are you here?
You don't have my
Hold on a
mom as a
second.
Steam friend. What the
Why
fuck?
don't you have your mom as
What
a
is
Steam
wrong
friend?
with you?
Or I need to friend you. Have I not done this?
I'm not gonna make her die.
We're gonna do the opposite of die. Kill. I mean,
You
what?
I didn't hear. I did say, hey Ori, if you're here.
Who the hell's busting through my door?
It's just a random.
The fuck? It's
Hello.
rude.
Can I come in?
Oh, sure. You said knock knock. I've got new posters in here.
I probably don't want to die. Yo!
I can't believe we all freaking died to that. That one was really hard though. Someone shoulda took.
It's
So
a
if we had at least 2 more people, then one person and the
Well,
other
one
person
more
could
people.
take. Oh well, I don't count myself sometimes.
I'm not that bad at explaining. Okay, maybe I am, but still.
Hi, you're an alien? Yeah, exactly. Random is challenging Hydra? Oh, goodness
See that?
gracious.
I sent my mom a friend request.
You see that?
Where is Ori? That
Over
she
there.
spawned in.
Ori, can you hear us?
Oh, she probably has to do her audio settings.
You see that?
No, she's not loaded in yet. I don't see her.
Oh, okay.
Where's the car list you... Wait, what? Where are the carries you promised? For real? For real?
Yeah, where's the
Yo, that
carries,
game,
Mom?
that part is really hard.
Wait, let me see your guys' rooms. Namu, where's your room?
My
My
room?
room is,
My room is over here.
Ori's here. Hi, Ori.
Hello, wife. Wait,
Hey,
does
what's
that
gonna
make
find-
Lando my
When
son?
did I ever say that?
Technically, yes.
Oh god. Okay. Oh jeez. Okay,
Yeah,
Lando,
okay.
where's your room? Upstairs?
Hey, y'all
Yeah, it's
look at me
upstairs.
and you like
Hi,
chill.
Mom. It might be on push to talk. It says for you, Ori.
Hey.
Oh, probably that's why. Yeah, Ori, you might want to change it to
Over here, Kim.
voice active.
I got the 3 posters from the 3 acts, and then this nice copy
Oh,
and the
this
brick
bed,
walls that everybody
this bed
wants.
sheet.
Can you guys hear
is
me?
Sick. Oh yeah, now you
Yes,
can
no,
hear
Yeah,
me.
we can hear you.
These
Oh,
are
I
my
like this song.
dismembered limbs from my achievements.
Oh
This
Bro,
my
is
I
Jeff.
god, yes,
This
I
is
just
Bob.
I just fucking tabbed in, like, the fuck. Calm down. I'll drop you on your head again.
No!
Alright, since it's
Welcome,
Ori's first
welcome.
time.
I don't know what
So
I'm
which
doing.
one are we gonna do? Oh yeah,
That's
wait,
totally
you played
fine.
through the tutorial though?
No, I breezed through it. I didn't even pay attention to it.
Oh,
Good signs. Let's go.
Well, Namu told me he was gonna explain it to me, so blame Namu.
now
What do you mean I was
going
gonna explain it? I said do the tutorial.
You said you would
Brim
explain it in
defeated
depth.
trash waifu.
I said do the tutorial.
No.
You
Yes,
said-
she did.
Don't
She admits
worry.
dropping Lando
You-
on purpose.
Yeah, no, I
Your
dropped it on
brain
his
dead
head.
child
Yeah.
I
will
said I would
explain things to you.
No, I
Absolutely
said
not.
do the tutorial, and I would
I did.
explain everything else
I
when
did.
we're playing the game itself.
I did do the tutorial. Did I pay attention? No.
That's
should know
your
better.
fault, not mine.
You should know better.
Start,
You know, I
start
never
the
pay
thing,
attention to
Namu.
tutorials.
Sounds like a skill issue then.
No, it's not a skill issue. It's just you told me you were going to explain shit if I bought the game.
I said I was gonna explain it while we're trying to like do the. Never mind.
gonna
Whatever. You're
stop wasting
here.
time.
It's
money
hard
on
to.
games.
It's hard to explain without a visual representation. Dale.
Wait, how do I do that?
Said. You don't have it yet. It's an unlockable.
Oh, that's stupid.
Mhm.
This
You
game's
can get
already
it the
dumb.
first thing that you do, though.
Hey, Lando.
You can get it at level
Hey,
3.
Lando. I'm going you to
Yeah.
pull the microphone out of your
I
asshole.
was there. I seen it. You just gave
You
me
can,
a follow
you just
today,
turn me
Mitchell.
down.
How do I do
Hit
that?
escape, group, hit escape, and then go to group, and then just click
Turn
on
him
her
down
name,
to
you can
like
turn it down.
12. Namu's on 69.
Hey, yo. Nice.
Hey, yo.
It just works, I don't know. We're all getting better together?
Hey, yo, Lando, if you beat me in arm wrestling, I won't drop you on your head anymore.
Oh.
I
This
don't know
is
what
a
I'm
lot.
doing. Wait, how do I
It's
do
just-
it?
It's just skill
Is it
check.
space?
No,
It's
just
skill
hit
check.
the.
No, it's click.
Just
it's click.
hit the red.
You want to hit the red and the whites.
Okay, that does not count.
Fuck. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
retry,
That was the
retry.
tutorial. Next.
So the white and red?
Yeah, you want to hit the white and red.
Red is... Yeah.
And the more it goes faster.
Fuck.
Crap.
Damn.
Crap.
Fuck.
Crap.
Fuck.
Crap. Fuck.
Ori, please.
Damn.
Ori, please.
Damn.
No, Ori, if you, I'm gonna say, Ori, if you lose, I'll drop him on his head.
Okay.
No!
Okay.
No!
Oh,
Hey, yo,
it works.
I'm
It
dropping
still,
you on your
it still
head.
works. It
Let
still
me
works. It
put
still works.
Spotify on.
All right, moving on.
How do I ready it?
Why is my punishment being dropped off
You
a
just wait until I
6-foot
start
building?
something, and you just go into this tube over
Wait,
here.
I'm gonna grab oh no. Oh man, okay.
Please enter the
You can do it
I
during
was
the
gonna
cutscene
grab...
before we get in.
All I know is Lando's still getting dropped on his head.
Alright, so
put
sit
my
down in
phone?
your chair for your colonoscopy.
Bro.
Choose a chair, any chair.
Okay, I'm
Felt
gonna get my
pretty
chocolate. I'll be right back. Jill, you're the
Ooh,
alien.
chocolate.
In this very rude and insensitive man will explain things.
You are the exterminator. Only we can tell you what is true.
Really?
There is a snitch inside the prison, preparing
That's
to
unfortunate.
testify against our truth. Kill the snitch,
Sounds like a lie to me.
and we will let you out.
It is a lie.
The cake
They
is
said
a lie.
their truth, which is a lie.
Woo! Drugs!
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. Having fun?
that was a bad trip. Got it. Oh, those titties.
I bought chocolate.
You grabbed your crotch. Why are you
One,
electrocuting your
two,
crotch, my
three,
dude?
4, 5, 6.
That's not healthy.
6 different chocolates. I don't know which one to eat. All of them?
Sure.
I wanna
I have a
try
question.
this.
Why was he electrocuting his crotch?
He's into it.
Because he's an idiot and he's a sadist.
Ah. My dude needs better hobbies.
Jesus, why aren't we able
He
to say that?
does.
Probably because my computer's taking a shit on itself.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Y'all, we need to go upgrade Ori.
There's a 100 chance, there's a 50-50 chance you'll get Ori killed. Why did you even make that kind of...
Because it's usually what
50-50?
happens the
It's
first
like
time I play anything with you. 80-20.
Yeah.
I'm a speed run. You guys have fun.
Wait, no, you're
Lando,
supposed
let
to
us...
teach me.
No. No, Lando.
I was
Play the
not told
game
to teach
slow.
you. Namu
You
Play
told-
the
no,
game
you told me
slow.
to. Okay, I guess I'm just not gonna learn. It's fine.
No, Ori...
I wasted my money.
Ori-
It's fine.
Come here.
Can you just stop being pessimistic for like 1 second, please?
No.
Here, come here, Ori.
Oh, fuck. Is he already right there? Oh, no, that's you guys. Huh, fuck.
See, okay. You do know the controls at least, right?
Sure.
That is not a very confident sure.
Take this. You can throw that and make big noise. You hand something to somebody, you hit G. If you want to drop it, you hold G. Yeah. You hold G to drop it, hit G to hand it over.
Okay, cool.
Come over here.
And if you want to throw it, right click.
You can hide in these kind of lockers as well.
Oh, I could be a Dwight?
Yes. I wouldn't recommend doing it in that one because there's a person in there, but like...
That's cute.
Maybe you can go be in there with them?
Is it, why is that person scratching?
Here, take this lockpick.
Here, we should grab that.
We'll find a crate later and while you don't... That noise means somebody has spawned. Fucking run.
Alright, they're in.
I hit.
Why are you guys going away from it?
You wish, Lush.
Oh.
Why are you doing Lush?
We're here to keep you safe.
How are we stuck in the beginning?
Because there was someone out there. Wait, Kimchi over here. It's still open.
We can go the back way too.
Where we go? Where we go?
When you play, watch the mine. Watch out for the mine. You can jump it. You can sprint jump it, not just normal jump it.
Don't go in here. Careful for that person.
Stay crouched, or else you'll alert him. Unless you have like a bottle or a brick, you can chuck it at him and it won't alert him. And he'll run away.
You see that?
I'll make sure of that. Exactly how, Lush?
You can chuck your bottle at him and he'll run away. Ori, if you want.
I'm gonna save it for a rainy day.
Okay. Here, Ori.
Okay, or
I got an antidote.
yeah. So if you get like
Yeah,
gas
that's
or
good too.
something like that, you're gonna lose Sandy. And only to like heal that is to use the antidote.
Alright, it's unlocked.
Alright. Where?
I want to go up too.
Alright, go.
Oh, I keep forgetting to change my voice from a man's voice to a woman.
This is a safe area.
Oh, okay.
You can always run here. It's always safe.
Myself like 3 more days weekend.
So, we're in here. This is a rig recharger. If you have
Namu,
a rig,
run!
if you don't, it'll recharge
I
it.
have to drop
full.
something.
Oh, you don't have to take it. This is a syringe. You can use it to revive a fully dead teammate, not just a downed one. Then you have the antidote. Yeah, explain.
Joe,
Push
do
the
you
button.
like dark chocolate too?
Let's put the way, hunt away. Okay.
Well, Lori, watch this way, over there. It's like a cinematic.
Dude.
It's police brutality.
Yep. Joe's nightmare.
We got fucking laws!
Oh, that was hot.
Hey yo.
You should
That's
probably
the guy
cover
that
up your
likes
crotch,
to.
though.
Try take this. It's a small medicine. It'll heal one of your health
What do
points.
I drop? I literally have like.
What do you have?
I have antidote, lockpick, bottle.
Drop.
Drop the bottle for it.
Yeah. You don't have
Okay,
the
where'd you
toss
drop the
feature yet.
medicine thing?
You see
I
that?
pinged it. Look to your. There you go.
Drop.
Right here, on the shelf.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good, Kimchi. You don't have to worry.
You can walk around here.
I mean, we know what to take for minutes anyways.
stop you there.
What?
Take this dude right here. I'm gonna tell you a button when you stand in front of him, and then push him out there.
Please.
This is like the entire thing you do in this mission. Is that right there.
Please.
Now we have to go down to the basement.
You're getting well. I don't.
I'm here to outlast you, kill you, trial. Haha, good one. How are you?
What did they say? You can also hide in trunk
I'm here
space,
to
by the way.
outlast you, kill you, trial.
Don't get too close to him because he will punch
Oh,
you.
fuck.
Like Kimchi
Like
just
that.
demonstrated. I got us, Kimchi.
He knows what you've been doing. You're bad.
That's my rig, by the way, Ori, if you're wondering.
Dying, but you already knew that. Hey, dying as you live, right? But sorry to hear that you're feel like you're dying.
Oh, Ori, lockpick this. It's just little skill checks. If you hit the red,
Why,
it'll
like a
shock
wind
you.
rammer?
Like that. Nice. And reap the benefits. Alright, let's go. The more people who do this, the faster it goes.
Yeah.
Just like that.
And this is a dark area, so you have to use some more.
I mean,
Just saw something scary.
It's like gatekeeping, like.
That's just a screamer. It's the one you've already seen. He's right here now.
He's down.
Ah, fuck.
What do you mean gatekeeping? I'm always the first. I'm always like the first one in games.
That's what I'm trying to tell us, but I don't know if there was a. Okay.
Right there. Watch your ass. It's a trap. Look.
Alright. This is one of the main objectives here, Ray, so you're just gonna tinker with this. This side is, there's also this side.
You see that?
It's this side. So there'll be one switch that triggers two of them. You just have to click it, you don't have to hold it.
Pretty much like that, yeah. Look.
Now we just gotta find the gas.
You see that?
Someone let it show. So these car things where you can bash as well, but you need to.
Wait. Wait, behind us, behind us.
I got the gas. Nice. It's like right in front of the
This one's closer, so you just take it here.
Go, break it wobbly.
Oh, this one. There's one right here.
Oh. Actually. So, remember, you crouch when you open this. Crouch when you open this. This door right here.
Crouch when I open what? Oh,
This door.
Over there.
I can't open it.
That would have hit you if you were standing. You can tell if there's a trap on a door, there'll be a little red light on one side of the door. So now there's another little skill check thing where you have to complete it.
Got my set?
Nice. Alright. So now you have to go in front of it here. You just have to click it when it's green or yellow zone. Green is preferred.
Got it.
Nice. Now we need
Yeah,
a
good
rug.
by here.
I got one. Oh shit.
You think he'll fuck me when I have to claw you?
We need more gas.
I fixed one, by the way.
Because I got this skill where helps me move faster.
What's there?
Move away.
This is an imposter, Ori. They'll pretend to be one of us and stab us. They'll find you.
I thought.
We need one more gas. That's the last generator right there.
Stroke it.
Over there.
But Namu's working on it.
Yep.
He's right there, be careful.
I got this. Crank it.
Alright.
For a little spark, I can oblige. You stop fucking with my property. God,
Perfect.
you know what you've done.
Oh, come on.
God damn it, do you know what you've done?
On me.
Why, you've been rehabilitated. I wish your mama was here to see you die.
Into this way.
He's following me.
Law don't get a day
No, go that way.
in a month. Fuck
Go that way.
Okay.
Go straight into your right. Straight into your right.
Trying. I can't run
Okay,
anymore.
right there.
God
My
damn it, do you
stamina.
know what you've done?
Drop it.
Drop it. Alright, we're good. Alright, just for everybody here. Do we have everybody? There we do.
Yeah, let's make a over here.
Stupid. It makes me a tiny bit sick to my stomach, but I'm okay.
This looks
Don't heal if
I'm just a
anybody
little.
wants.
Oh wait, actually, or I'm just a little
Okay.
worried when you get like a little psychosis, because everything will get like really
Yeah, the psychosis like screws me up.
Just in the story here.
There's
And then we have
probably
another
a setting to
objective
turn
that
it
will show
down,
you.
Namu.
I tried looking for it, but I can't find it.
Thank you for the cookies.
So you observe the TV and then you get your clue, which is normally just the tattoo that you're looking for on a dude's body.
I'm looking for a
For this
heart.
for this instance, you're looking for a heart. See this door here?
Okay.
You'll see it'll pull up a little blue thing and
Says discovered heart.
look. So then you want to just dig into his chest. If it's not the correct tattoo, it'll shock you into some of your health.
Okay.
This
And
is
then
my
have
favorite
key
hiding spot, by the way.
and put it there.
What's your
Also,
favorite
the
hiding
only the
spot?
person who has
This
the
one.
key can do that. Not all of us can.
So wait, what's your favorite hiding? Oh, there.
This one, yeah.
Alright, so now we're gonna just
Because of these
follow
two
Namu.
turns, so it's like harder for them to follow you in these two turns than hiding in there.
Oh, also, or you can lean if you didn't know.
What?
You and E.
Q and E.
Oh yeah, no, I figured that out already.
Careful, there's a mine there.
Hey, giant peepee man.
I got him. I got
Am I
him.
right?
I did everything.
Excuse me?
I've wanted to do.
Oh,
He's naked. He's not Kade.
I know what I said, Ori, and I did not stutter.
Bro, I saw peen.
Oh, you'll see it a lot more.
Did you not see that on the stream before?
No, I wasn't paying attention. I was lurking.
I'm gonna bash this door. Is that okay?
Oh, we need stars.
Yeah, let me. I got this one as well.
Oh, go ahead.
Or not?
Go ahead.
Oh shit! Never mind. Don't go that way. Do not go that way.
I got it.
Everything goes to Lando.
Oh fuck.
No, you're good. You're good. Ori, you're good.
Lando, come here.
Yeah. So if he gets someone once.
I already took one.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I was just like, oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to the right here. Push.
Okay, so you know how you did that with that hard key? We have to do that for like 3 more times
Everybody,
with each
yeah.
chain.
I already got this one. Also, or if you want to see our objectives, hold tab.
Ah, okay.
Careful, there's a screamer in here. We have flame here. Shit, my bad.
I can't move.
You just can't.
Yeah, that's what happens when the screamer screams.
Watch your ass. It's a trap.
It's a trick.
We'll deal with that later.
Yo, I've never heard that.
Yeah, sometimes it's getting random as shit.
Did we ever find a
Ooh, what's
battery,
this?
by the way, for my my
Oh,
system?
yes,
We
here.
found Star.
Just to take it and then use it and pick up the item.
Well,
Here, go ahead and grab the key. Ori.
Hey, Ori, come over
Okay.
here. Wait, hold on.
hold on,
Actually, hold on.
I'm grabbing key.
They're close. Be careful.
Okay, I got the key.
Nice.
Oh, Ori, come over here.
I'm coming.
Sorry, Kimchi.
Way to alert the screamer.
I'm just getting the other objectives. Okay, so the other two tattoos we're looking for is Club and I.
Nice, Kimchi.
Yep.
Alright, we just need the I key now. Oh wait, are you low on health, Kimchi?
I mean, I'm okay.
Fake Ori, there's a fake Ori, be careful.
Where?
Fuck. No, say next to me. Fuck.
Are you okay? Where's the objective?
Also, Ori, while you're pushing the snitch, you can sprint, like, make him faster.
It was over here, I think. Next time, maybe.
Yeah, I can run. Okay. I just don't see your name anymore, that's why. Kimchi, I need you over here.
I'm getting Ori. I'm getting Ori.
Kimchi, yeah, Kimchi,
I'm getting
Kimchi
Ori.
near Ori.
okay where I'm at.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay.
Go over this way.
You guys are fine to walk, by the way. There's no one around you. Here, this way, guys. This way.
Here.
Quicker.
I was gonna say I kind of pissed somebody off, so.
We're fine. Don't worry. He's walking away.
So loud.
I like how me and Kimchi were like, nope.
Watch out.
He's come back. Hide. Let's get into a corner. We're in a dark area. You can't see us. Alright, now everybody move. You're here. Quickly.
I'm crouching fucker. There is no point.
He's coming over. You can hide in the trash bin area.
Oh my god.
Hurting will get you out of this place.
Alright, we just need the I key now.
For fuck's sake. You gullible ass.
This could come in handy.
Does anyone need battery? An
We should
antidote?
grab
It's in this room.
battery just in case.
What's your battery level at, Ori?
It's full right now, but...
Alright.
Oh, fuck. This one, you're fine, I got him.
What's 10? I would say like a 6 out of 10. Like, it is spooky, but, once you get, like, used to it, it's just more tense. More than spooky now.
I gotta get to you on that side.
Yeah, I'll come back. Oh shit. If I can ride, I gotta do that meal and come back.
I was gonna say, I'm by Namu, I'm okay.
That's a fake novel, actually.
Oh.
No, I'm a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
I'm wondering where he is now.
Okay, that door is... Okay, yours done? We're fine with people out of the way. Yeah, you are.
Just like one.
Okay, Ori, there are some places that have
Secret door?
secret room.
Secret door? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
You don't scare me.
Take him. Oh, fuck. Shit. I got it.
Oh shit, nope. I took a hit.
So, you're gonna push this button right here. Just hold it, okay? And then I have to push this button. And then we open this button. And this has cool stuff in it. But I want to get the cool stuff. So, right here, that is a stamina booster. Grab that one.
The adrenaline, I have one. The one in the back.
No, that's not an adrenaline. That's a stamina booster. It just increases your overall stamina.
Thank you for the follow.
Hellhound_Guardian is now
This is a
following.
battery booster. It'll increase your battery life as well. Need heals. No, we're good. Anybody need heals? No, we're chill. Okay.
No, we're good.
I keep finding these little med bottles everywhere, so I'm good.
Oh, stay here. Stay here. I got it.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm in the corner. I'm sorry.
So you close the door while I'm still hiding in here, really?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
This is what. Go.
The stress.
Yeah, you're fine.
Who? Who are you speaking to? Well, I can grab more stuff now, I guess.
Am I safe to come out?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
You should
wait,
be fine.
Wait, or come over here, quick. Come over here.
Hey!
Lando, you're being.
Come in.
Lando, you're being hot. Yeah, but I think
fucking
that's
Walker
hot.
here the whole time.
Not being chased.
I'm Dwight.
He's coming in. Look.
Fucking.
We can't ping a person.
Guys.
Oh, jeez. We just throwing people out there now, huh?
Alright, come out.
So we just need
Alright,
the
giving you
eyes.
this. This is a health booster. You can. It was part of the secret room. It gives you like. It maximizes your max health. And so for you got 5.
Okay. Am I small enough?
Oh, it's on the floor right here.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Grab that.
Yeah, it falls to the floor.
There's a large one over here.
Did you find an eye yet, Lando? Or are you still running?
And I have a large battery for you, Ori, just in case if you need it.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like night vision's something I'm gonna be using a lot of.
Then I recommend getting an X-ray rig once you level up.
This is a cute hiding spot.
Watch out for broken glass.
Meet me under the table.
I got it.
Shit. Careful.
Wait, how do I jump
careful,
over
careful.
that?
Just wait for it to
This way, please.
Pretty far.
I'm gonna open the door. Okay, so Ori, this is about to be a big rush. You just gotta kind of run from them and do the main objective. The main objective is there's gonna be 4 pillars around our snitch here. You gotta hold them down. Don't let it hit the red. If it hits the red, it'll restart. Okay? Understood?
Sure.
Cool.
In short words, you electrocute, and then you gotta watch out for the policeman.
We are gonna be chased off of these, so be aware.
Yeah, there's a police guy's up there.
Make sure it doesn't hit the red.
Run. Oh god.
I'm poisoning him,
Run.
Just have to open this.
Oh, that is another way.
It's quicker, actually. Alright, go. Be careful. Oh
Watch out, penis man.
Alright, hit the button, and then wait. Alright, just chill. You'll be fine.
Oh, we only need one more poster. Shoot. It's open. Let's go. Damn, we only needed one more poster.
It's all good.
We're so close.
I'll take that B+ with a smile.
Hey.
Good job. Better than what I did. But I think we were all new to the game too, huh?
Yay, jorts!
Jorts.
It's only it kind of differs like from here to there.
Alright, so Ori, did you level up and did you get any cosmetics?
I'm level 2 and I got jorts.
Yay! Jort crew.
Nice.
The
Should I put the
jorts!
jorts on?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Why
dude.
not?
Guys, can we just appreciate Namu didn't get me killed?
Wow. But did he help you not get killed? Or did I help you not get killed?
Actually, Lando did.
I told you I wouldn't like get anybody killed.
I helped you escape the.
I just want to point out the fact that I took away the monster like 8 times and then Namu railed it at the end.
Where am I?
Oh, just go forward.
Don't worry, he's just gonna talk shit to you and then...
I'm loading still, so...
It's definitely one of those, you want to make the doctor proud.
Let's get you healthy.
Yeah.
He could suck
those aren't
dick.
jorts. Yeah, he's a shit talker, don't worry about him.
I'm still loading. He has yet to shit talk me.
Just wait.
Sounds like a disappointing dad that you never want.
I'm used to that.
Oof.
I think I'm gonna increase my maximum stamina.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink while I'm still loading. I'm
Alright.
taking you guys with
Fair
me.
enough. Kimchi, are you on tier 1 or tier 2 perks?
I almost tripped on that.
Not Maverick.
2.
Bro,
At the pharmacy, right?
You're on tier 2, right?
Yeah, I'm tier 2.
Yeah, you're on tier
Would
2,
you
right?
like some
Yeah.
drugs?
Yeah, I'm on tier 2,
But what
right?
perks do you have in tier 2?
I only have expanded inventory, speed boost, and athlete. Because what we do is mostly run around.
You should get... Yeah, you should get endurance then. Endurance gives you more stamina.
Let's get you feeling nice.
I'll get that next time, because I don't have anything right
Come
now.
back soon.
Yeah,
I spent it on athlete. But we will get it next time.
I'm just gonna wait for
Computer
Ori.
screens with a B on it, I guess.
What is that?
Yeah, then there's shit
Almost good enough, I'll take it. He said almost good enough.
Just wait. He follows it up with...
I just
It's
wait
all
until
back
you
to
get like a D or an
compliments.
F or even
Better
a C.
than what I did. I didn't even hit level 2 my first round.
Meet with the engineer. I'm guessing that's this bitch.
That's the
No.
pharmacy. The engineer's over here.
Yeah, or it's on the other side.
Oh shoot, I have epic pants.
This
epic.
dude. This is where you
Oh,
get your
you're
rig. So there's stun, blind, heal, and X-ray.
I was told to go with X-ray. Right?
Oh, they.
I was.
So
yeah,
you
because,
should
like,
look at
if
it
you
first.
Yeah, I was about to say
There's,
that, but the reason why I said X-ray, I recommend X-ray if you're gonna keep using the
I'm going to probably use
you're
my
gonna
night
keep
vision a
using-
lot because I can't see for shit.
Yeah, so like, especially what is it? When you get to level 6, using the X-ray actually recharges the night vision battery.
Oh, does it? I
Yeah,
didn't know it did that.
but only when you go up to like level 6.
I see battery transfer level 6. Using X-ray
Yeah.
recharges night vision battery.
Yeah.
So active, so I can see through walls now. Allies can see the location of tagged enemies. X-ray reveals consumable items. X-ray reveals sensitive items nearby, documents, posters, boosters, master keys, mines, traps, etc. Duration of the X-ray effect. Transfers battery. Decrease the cooldown time before the used again. The rig is prepared for use at the beginning of the trial. Okay, seems simple enough. Don't tell me what to do.
Did you buy it?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you gotta find your room if you
I
want
don't
to
know
put on
any
your
of these
jorts.
songs.
It's
My
normally
room
marked
is
with like
upstairs. Yeah, I got it. It's up here.
Then you just talk to the mirror.
Did you set your brightness calibration on this game, Ori?
Nope.
Alright, maybe this will help. Escape.
Hold on.
Settings.
Hold on.
She's putting on her jorts.
I am putting on my jorts.
I wish we could sit in these chairs.
Hey, yo, I have different colored shirts on. Alright, where's my jorts?
Yeah, they give you a couple customization options.
Alright, what kind of shirt do I want on though?
I think I'm gonna cut my hair
you.
tomorrow.
Do it.
I'm gonna cut it short.
Do it.
Yeah. Ow! Oh, that was my elbow.
Hey, yo.
I heard the punk.
That was my elbow. I don't know.
Did you hit your mic?
No,
I heard a huge
I have a
and I was
desk
like,
on my right side.
Oh,
I
it
can
sounded
customize
so
my night
loud. I
vision.
thought you hit your mic.
yeah.
I can customize. Oh, that's so cute. I want these.
You unlock like a crap ton more cosmetics as you go along.
It's okay. I can do this for now. What the fuck
That's why
is
me and
this?
Namu look like fucking imbeciles. Me with my peg leg and him over here in
There we
football
go.
gear.
Dude, like you're freaking proud.
Nice!
I got jorts.
That's jorts. I love it. I freaking love
Well,
it.
Superman landing? You can Superman landing off the balcony.
Whee!
Awesome superhero landing.
Orlando, what are
Alright,
you
number
doing?
2, Namu. Being an
Number
idiot.
2? That's
Of
pooping?
course.
You're pooping?
I didn't even ask you to arm wrestle. That's not what I meant.
Kimchi, you're so cute.
That's what he said.
She's just like,
You wanted to
Oh
take
shit.
Namu to poop?
Said
They
round
gotta
2.
Kimchi, they gotta hold hands. They're gonna buddy poop.
Oh yeah. Yo!
Bro, they're all instant. Oh,
Shit.
I get it. This.
Shit.
Thank you for the lure.
You're welcome, waifu.
You can like, I think you can spectate, and it's like hella funny because you're
Hey,
up
yo,
close.
Kimchi looking kinda thick.
Stop.
Please, I suck at this. Help.
I was
I don't
literally
even know
like
how to play
looking
this game.
at the stream, and then I just looked back at the
Why is it so
screen, and I
freaking
was just
fast
like,
now?
ass. Bro, you just have me and Kimchi like sitting here judging you guys.
Come on,
I know,
please.
bro.
Please, this is so impossible.
Shit.
Oh. Game time.
Whoa, there's a game time?
That is an option.
Okay. Lando,
I'm
get
not
your
good
ass
at
back
this
here.
game.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, is
I
that-
don't play
oh.
this.
Oh no, Namu, I can play you. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind.
Told me to get over here.
Yo, friend, are you okay? He doesn't look too
Crap.
You
good.
like know our Savior, Lord and Jesus Christ?
Stop! No!
I'm sorry. I had to get that. I had to get that out.
This man's crazy. Oh, I get to change
Damn.
my voice back to
Okay.
woman.
How you doing?
Does that mean
Okay,
one
Namu.
free, no drop on head?
No.
No,
lost last
because
time, that's
right
when I
now,
counted.
yeah. She never said anything about that. About this one.
Okay.
We need to regroup. Wait. Oh shit, look at that. Fuck man, thanks. Yeah, I'll be right there.
You can choose who to root
Hi.
Dang.
for,
You
by
got
the
me.
way.
Oh shit.
You can?
Help!
Yeah, if you when you watch, if you go on one person's side rather than the others, you'll actually cheer for the other person.
Oh, okay.
That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, you can choose sides.
Okay.
Can?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
can she buy anything yet or no?
No.
Maybe.
You got the X-ray right.
Shorts, I guess.
How do you cheer?
Oh shit.
When they win, your character will clap or be angry, depending on what side you're on.
Damn.
Yep, see, because you won, your character clapped, and because Ori lost,
Alright, well, I lost. Somebody else has to go
mad.
against Namu now.
Not
Okay, I'll go
I got
again.
kicked off table.
This time we won't tie Namu, I promise.
No tie, no tie, no tie.
You got kicked off the table. I'll just kick the table then. Hiya. Wait, hold on. How do you
Flip
do
it.
that? Hiya. Good.
Frick.
Hiya.
You just both missed that one?
Yes.
Hiya.
Frick.
Wait, how come it's not working? There you go. Oh. I tried to kick Lando.
Yes!
Oh!
Let's go!
Rematch, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3.
No!
2 out of
Fuck
3.
that!
Yo, Lando, 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Yo, it has a
Get your ass over
scoreboard
here now.
here.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, Lando.
2 out of 3.
It says Namu
fucking
completed
tied. How are we gonna do
52
2 out of 3?
trials. Lando completed
Because
26.
you're at a tie, so
I
you have one
completed
win. You have to get
13.
Wow.
You see that?
52.
Come on, Namu. 2 out of 3.
52 is hella. What the
I'm
fuck?
talking
We
about you.
fucking tied. How are we supposed to do 2 out of 3? We tied.
Because you tied. Now you won one. Tiebreaker.
Fuck this. This stupid fucking
Yo, you
game.
talking to yourself, bro? You cool?
Fuck. Go again. God damn it.
You'll be good? Okay. As long as you say you're good.
Fuck.
Whatever you say, Doctor.
Miss. Fuck. It didn't work.
Thank you for the raid. Jake, thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome
How are
in.
you?
2 out
How's
of
your
3
stream?
because you won one, he won
What?
one.
Go use the
It's a tiebreaker
multi-stream
game.
link.
No,
Watch
I
it on
won
the
twice
screen.
actually.
He won twice.
Yeah.
I'll be very careful.
Well, Jake, thank you so much for the raid. How are you?
So I think
Are
I'm
you
gonna
gonna
go
start
play
the
a
next
chillax
round,
game
Emma?
because, well, no, I have to go to bed soon, so
Oh.
'cause I have work
Oh.
tomorrow. But I'm off on Sunday, so if you guys want to play more tomorrow night, I'm off on Sunday. So
Okay.
Okay,
there was one
just letting you, just asking again. You're pretty good with this game, right?
I'm okay so far, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
after like 5 or 6 games, it would be like, "What?" But it should be okay.
All right, then I'm gonna make you a promise on
have
this,
you been
okay?
up
I'm gonna make you a promise on
to,
this.
Panda? I'm
I
hanging
am
with
not
them
gonna
at the
try
moment,
to
so I
like
don't have
get you
sound. I hope you're having a good one. Oh,
psychosis
thank
stuff
you so much.
because
Okay.
I feel like that is gonna.
you.
So I'm gonna do my best not to get you like
I mean, it's okay. I don't want to like
Well, I'm
stale
never
out
gonna
the
get you
game for you.
died, but try to like not
If
get
I
you
die, I
the
die, it's
psychosis
fine.
state. Yeah.
I mean, if I die, I die. It's part of the game. Can't get mad.
Okay.
But thank you for teaching me for a game, guys. I will be on tomorrow.
It's all good.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Briggs
Ori.
used Lando 106, Namu 259. Sign.
I'll be very careful.
Blood loss in gallons.
Also,
I already have a lot for only having 13
And
fucking
Ori, thank you so much
trials.
for giving a shout out to Jake.
Blood loss in gallons.
You're
Namu, you lost
Namu
all
is so
gallons
thank you so much
dead.
for the raid. Really
Gallons of
appreciate
blood.
it. And I was wondering how was your. I was also wondering how was your stream.
I need to...
KWH consumed? Huh? Oh, kilowatts.
Thank you, Ori.
Oh, I'm fucking...
Get yourself some good sleep.
Alright,
Though.
there
We'll definitely catch up after after you're done with work.
You get a double shout out, Panda.
I have
Crabs
72
in a
arm
bucket?
wrestling victories? What the fuck?
Over there.
Wow, dude.
I have
I'm
none.
a bit different.
All right,
I have 3? How do I have 3?
Are we doing another
Let's
program?
go
X?
to.
Wait, is Joe coming back or no?
Should we try to do that?
Is Joe
The
coming back?
last one we did before Ori joined.
I mean.
Wait, is
sure,
Joe coming back or
wait,
not?
Does anybody know if Joe's back?
What?
I was muted the whole time. I was saying bye to Ori and everything, and I was muted. Ori, I'm sorry. Also,
You're fine, Kimchi.
I
you're
was saying,
fine.
is Joe back? Is Joe back? And then you guys were ignoring me, and then Lando was like, is Joe coming back? And then you answered, and I was like, oh, I must be muted. Joe, where are you? Get your ass in here.
You're good. You're good.
I'm a failure. I'm such a failure.
See, look, even Ori says Kimchi. It's okay. Still love you, wifey. See, she's calling you wifey. So it's all good.
Stressed.
Now, see, if she didn't say wifey, then that's gonna be another thing.
Then there's a problem.
And that's why it's a boomer. I don't game after 8 p.m. How are you doing, newbie?
My hair's still wet. It's almost dry though.
Still a Dejan at heart. Who isn't? Oh well, boring people. You know. Okay.
Wait, is no one contacting
for
Joe?
Joe,
Hold
or-
on. Wait, did anyone even
I sent him a
contact him
message.
yet?
Wait for Joe.
Oh, okay.
I sent him a message.
Let's see if he replies.
It says
Oh, it's
he's
about you.
idle.
I'll
I
just
sent
text
a
him.
message if you guys want.
Get in game now.
This is
Play this
very
last one
important.
with
Gotta
us.
text him.
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday, and what's okay? Wait, Sunday, Tuesday. Hold on. Let me just put that. Let me just put that in my schedule so I don't have to like forget. Sunday and Tuesday.
I said get in game now, last trial extra hard.
Wait, where's my journal? What the heck? I'll be right back.
Huh? We doing a long stream on Monday? Yo, that's what I sound like.
I was thinking about doing a Fall Guys with Tina on Monday, and if you guys want to join it, you guys want.
Is he talking to someone?
That's still that's still in the process. So see what happens. Let you know. You do have a day off on Monday.
Yes, why do you sound so far away? Are you far away?
Because I'm looking for my journal, so I don't have to. Off day work.
You don't put it on your phone? Your phone calendar? Okay, I can't hear you. I'm listening to music.
Obedience facilitates autonomy.
Isn't he cool? His name's Quibbly. Say hello, Quibbly. Hello.
Okay, can't find my journal yet, but you know what? I won't worry about that until later.
Did you want me to text you whatever it is you need to remember? I can just text it to you and then don't look at it.
I'll just
and
put it on
then...
my I mean yeah. No, I'll just put it on my phone as well.
Okay. What was the thing you needed to remember?
Ori's day off is on Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but not Monday for some reason. Ooh.
Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah, I usually just put things on my journal while I'm streaming because like it was like right in front of me, but it's not in front of. It's not on my desk anymore for some reason.
Mika
Thank you,
stole
Kimchi.
it.
That no, I'm just kidding.
Were you gonna call her a name?
Oh, I think Joe's asleep, by the way.
Is he?
He's not
That's all good.
replying. Does anyone want to hop in for one trial extra hard?
extra hard. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that mission. We can also do other things as well.
We don't have to, but we have to.
We got. No, we don't have to, Kimchi.
Oh, okay. Whatever you say, man.
For OT because of what's what do you mean by that? Well,
wait, I think my game in just chatting.
Work week.
Do I have
$29
game audio?
on.
Oh, I do.
Oh, you get $20.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
that's actually like
That'd be weird
that's
if
big
it
money
didn't
right there.
carry over.
$29 per hour. Dang.
Good money, good money. For my company, they do they do triple time for holiday pay if you work holidays, but that's like rare.
I forgot where you work at now.
I'll tell you later.
I'll be very careful.
Okay.
I work for a biotech company
Right.
in sample management.
If I pass
I'm
the
also
online
part of the
forklift
culture team.
test, I get a job for $24 per hour.
Over there.
Yo, that would go for a newbie.
Wait,
Look.
earn your freedom. 10 release tokens? How do you get a release token?
Okay, so you know how we did that Project X mission.
Uh-huh.
Every time we complete one once, we earn a token.
So you have to complete all 10 to get released.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, so
That's hella hard.
yep.
Who's gonna carry me?
I can.
Yay!
I don't know.
Namu carry. Namu carry.
But no,
Congrats,
but the
Griffin.
last one we did, the last two we did was like really bad. Like
Yeah, but we really
I was
need
hoping-
a fourth person though. Like I feel like it wouldn't be that bad if we had a fourth person because that's hella tools. That's a whole ass rig. That's a whole ass
Hey,
person
that's
to
the spirit,
like
Ori.
put someone like on the spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I feel like we need like one rig for each person rather than just I don't know. Like I guess it really depends on. But also Kimchi, you know what Ori said? So she'll get good at the game and carry you, baby.
But good night, Gabby.
Look
Have a
at
good
that, Ori.
night. Love
You
you.
just made her blush.
I think my skin's just permanently.
Okay, since there's the three of us, wait, what can
Should we
do at
just
this
play one
point?
to level? Wait, Joe's back. Joe.
Joe's back. Joe's
Joe.
back. Okay. we can
Joe.
wait for
Come
Joe.
on,
We
let's
can wait
get
for
a
Joe.
fucking. Let's get a token. And I'm hearing invites on Steam. Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing, Namu?
Driving forklift.
And Lando is spamming me. Yay.
Spam you?
Joe's
Wait, what?
back. Yay. Joe's back. We're saved. I died too fast.
Oh, Lando is spamming you. Lando, quit it!
No, Lando, good job.
Lando, come over here. Come over here.
Good job, Lando.
Lando, come
Good
over
job.
here.
Look, you
Come
got
over here.
him.
Lando,
You got
come
him.
over here.
You got him.
Come over
You
here.
got him. Don't listen to him.
Come over here. He's my nephew. He has to listen. Get back in. Lando, don't just run away from me, boy. Come over here.
Lando, turn your mic on.
Lando. No. Always 26.
You see that? Look.
I'm dumb.
You
I
see
sent Joe 2 messages and an invite. He's saying I spammed him, but...
Stay in your room. Oh, fuck.
I said 2 messages. 2! And an invite.
Kimchi tried to like... Yeah, Kimchi tried to take the reign, but Lando just Just went like, nope.
Going to my room.
We can't slide into here.
Can I make someone else?
I'm here.
Don't get
Hey,
out
what's
of
up,
here with
bro?
me spamming you. I sent you 2 messages and an invite.
In my
Get outta
defense,
here.
Lando, in order, I get a text from Kimchi, and then I look at it, and immediately, as soon as I open it, I start hearing dings going off on all my computers because I'm hearing invites from from Steam, and then I check my Discord, and then did you only send me one?
Yeah,
I heard
only sent
multiples. I heard multiple dings.
Bang, 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 bang.
I'm like, what the hell?
Maybe you're hearing things, dude. Maybe you're hearing
Nah.
things. Yeah.
Oh, so you're telling me I should go to sleep and not play?
He got the psychosis.
No,
Get the
you're
fuck
not
in here.
hearing anything. You're good. You're good to go. Let's go. Good job, Joe. Good job. Thanks
I
for
said
showing
I
up
wouldn't,
and being here.
I wouldn't let you die, okay? Like, what
did she die?
part of that word was
Did she die?
He didn't
No,
die.
No, she
didn't.
She didn't.
Okay? I literally, like,
But we played like
did
the
my
first
best
one.
to
Oh, you
make
text
sure
me
that
back.
She doesn't die, okay?
She barely even took
Finally,
her
finally.
full health and
Hey,
damage.
Chamber, how's it going? And, yo, congrats with that change right there. Proud of you, Chamber. Let me give it a little celebrate moment over there.
Oh wait, Joe, do you like my new pants?
Brother, I'm not looking at your pants.
Look, is this my peg leg?
I want to
No,
put
no,
the
actually,
giant
Joe, look at his-
Cyndaquil
no, Joe,
here,
look at
but I
his pants.
can't. It would take up the
Okay.
whole
Like
space.
shoes?
Yeah,
Like
it'd take
that,
up all the
I'm gonna take,
space.
so
Look.
I can
Oh,
do
you
my
see, Cindy?
Yeah, definitely take a day
Yeah.
off for sure.
Look, there's nowhere to
I
put
got a
him.
prosthetic.
Me, it's
He
you.
would
Joe,
take up like this
Joe,
whole
yeah.
fucking thing.
Look at Lando's pants.
I don't know where we
Like-
are to put him.
I really don't.
No,
want
just look.
Look at his leg.
It could.
His
I have a
leg.
peg leg. It's a prosthetic.
I was about to say.
Name got shoe. Got shoe.
Don't say the word you said.
I went to McDonald's yesterday.
McDonald's. I
got
had
the
McDonald's
dorks.
today.
I just can't go to McDonald's anymore.
Start it up, Namu.
Anyways,
Sometimes it's
you know
just
what?
what
Let's
happens.
I think we've done the first part of Project X pretty well, so maybe we can start with that for now, and then that way you guys can actually.
Wait.
Because I
Remember, before
think
you
I
do
don't
this.
know. Joe didn't get the. I'm not sure if Joe or Kimchi got the token from it, but
I got
if
the
we start
token
from there.
for 2 I did.
I didn't
What
get
did
a
you-
token.
Up until
Okay, we'll start from the beginning. We'll start from the beginning then.
Wait, no,
We don't-
can
we
you
don't
see the
have
disadvantages
to.
before you start it?
Huh?
Can you see
Wait,
like
wait,
what
what?
it's gonna tell us like when we get in before we start it?
No, unfortunate. Oh wait, no, actually, I'm sorry. Yes, it does.
Wait, Namu.
Oh, okay.
More and stronger enemies. Yes.
I think it'd be beneficial if we can get whatever one's the next tokens you guys need, because it's better when we're all
I
together.
don't know
We
if
can
still
we can run back
tokens
for
or not.
mine.
This is a test.
Oh.
No, this is a test. We don't know if we still get tokens from read.
And also, it's just better if I just. give
No,
them
because then
XP
if
as
you
well.
do, then
this dude. Look at him, and it'll tell you in the button.
if you do keep
Wait, who?
like if you
This dude. You just gotta
over
look
there,
at him.
over there.
Oh, got you.
Just
I
look
mean,
at
if you
him. I
do
have to.
keep getting the same tokens from the same ones you do, then that's kind of broken. I'd rather look it up and not waste a
Oh
replay.
no. You don't get a token after you completed this specific one.
Okay, cool. Well,
Just
now
let me
we
know
should
that.
have 6. I have 4.
Wait.
Just 2.
I
and
have
Kimchi
5.
has 0. No, you should have 6 because we did an extra one. Look.
No,
You
no,
guys,
no,
ha-
we
you
no,
guys
we
have
did
5?
not.
Yes.
They did 3
No, I
after
have
me.
5. I have 5.
Wait, what the
He
hell?
says he has
They
5.
was leaving
I'm
us
pretty sure
out.
he has
Apparently,
6.
So
No,
Kimchi,
no, okay, no,
in your
I-
defense, but we did 2, and then I left, and then I think they did 1 after me, and then Ori
Well, I don't
joined,
have
and I
one.
think they did another.
No, we
And
did
that
code
one
switch.
time I decided to play random. I guess like I did a Project X with a program X
Look at
without
look at your
knowing.
thing, Namu.
So,
I'm pretty sure you have
But
6.
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like I got all 5 grades here, so I already know that I got these kind of tokens. So I'm not gonna get another token like if I'm doing this one again with you guys.
Dude, there's already almost 40,000 people reborn.
Yeah,
It's actually less than what I thought.
But,
Okay,
for this
so which one are we doing?
We're doing the cancel the autopsy. So we're gonna have increased threats, barricade doors, maximum traps, and limited intel.
Limited intel. Fuck.
Wait, I think Namu, I think before you start it, when it's like up on the left, we can actually read it.
Read what?
Wait, is it?
Like when you post it, but like you don't start it yet, I think we can see it and like read it.
Chill like.
To like see the disadvantages.
So watching second one. Yeah, I mean like I'm usually using the same rig as you, Ori. So.
Kimchi, how many do you have?
However, mine's
I have
a little bit
0.
more upgraded.
0.
Yeah, I have 0. That's why I was like, what the hell? You guys been playing for forever.
Hey, how are you doing, MK?
Hi. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hal, how are you? Wait, Hal, did you finish your stream?
Hi.
And you know, Monday's gonna be a holiday, so
I have a day off. Thank God.
Yeah, let's go.
So what are we doing on Monday?
I just need to talk to a friend of mine, see what kind of like thing we want to do together. So, Bones, hi, how are you? And I'll let you know later, Kimchi. But can we have a shout out for Boneless? How are you, Bone?
Monday's sleep day.
Boneless wings.
What's wrong off a tree? Ooh. That was
Okay,
nice.
so no big damage. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah, pictures are more than welcome to share. Sleepy, how are you? How are you, Sleepy?
Very sleepy.
Namu, Sleepy. Good, just got back from the gym. How have the trials been? We just have 1 L, 1 loss in our repertoire, and right now we're doing program X.
Y'all have one.
Nah, man.
Okay,
What's this one I got? Oh, fuck.
What's blue light?
We gotta get all the TVs.
Star.
Actually, like, change the light for free.
Star, moon, and
diamonds.
So yeah, want hugs? Are you eating well? I do want the hugs, and yes, I've been eating well. Thank you so much for asking.
You see that?
Actually, follow me. Watch out for this noisemaker.
It's a trap.
Wait, watch out for the glass. Yo.
Over there. Did you see that?
Kimchi, you need to stop stepping on the glass.
What is that?
Found the star.
No, I'm getting tomorrow. What? You can change it to orange, yellow, cyan, pink, red, blue, green.
Close, be careful.
Purple.
I hear you.
Wait,
Get the fucking key while I keep him busy.
Wait, could you keep staying in there? Or not? Okay.
I'm trying to keep him busy.
Okay.
You got it?
Yep.
The exits.
That's a random option. We'll change colors.
The exits this way.
Yeah. I'm still working on those like commands, guys, for sure.
This way, Namlu, this way.
Cool. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the random option too. Okay, they're still looking for the moon and diamond key.
Okay, let's just loot as much as we can.
Okay. Wait, there's a brick. Going to the brick.
Nice.
Yes, I'm using luminous ring to like change the lights and also do the HUD effects.
Over there.
Namu, come out. Which keys did you guys get again?
I know he's right there. Alright. Yeah, diamond.
Where are you, Namu? Namu, come this way, come this way.
There. You see that?
Come. Get in a locker.
X-Pop, right there.
Pops over there?
You're close, be careful.
You can't heal someone who doesn't want to get well. Saturnalia.
Come on, Namu. Let's go get Moon.
Alright. I put in the key.
Nice. Wait, which keys do you guys have?
They're going for a diamond. Oh, they have a diamond.
Oh my god! He went the other way?
Wait, can you hold on?
I know.
We'll be fine. Kimchi, if you need me to like bash things, let me do it, because I have a skill that allows me to do like 2 instead of 3.
Should we check in here?
I don't think there's anything in there. Have a good night, MK.
Oh, hide.
Wait. Kimchi, hold on.
Is that you, sweet pea?
Come back. Yeah, he's coming back. Yeah, but Ori, I'm using the X-ray right now.
Okay, they got him. Namu.
Okay, okay, then let's go back
hex
to the
it.
entrance then.
Yeah. This way. Yeah, we've been.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
You see that?
Namu, I'm pinging the way out.
Over there.
Yeah, I see it.
Can you
Good
skip
job.
that and or prevent the healing from psychosis?
Nope, my ring is dead. Let's go and recharge her.
Alright, here we go.
You said you need
Yeah, I'm just
antidote?
gonna, I'm just gonna arm myself.
Let's help them out.
3 bottles and then break.
Watch out.
You're gonna have to run or keep it quiet.
I would recommend running.
Actually, Ori, I think I need to show you like what kind of skills I should let you do if you're gonna keep using the night
Where'd they
vision.
go? Oh, they're on the other side.
Yeah.
How'd you guys go all the way around? The fuck?
Got it.
Who needs antidote?
Shit. You gotta put in the keys, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
Who needs antidote?
Alright. Yep, the police is
Also, blind to the left. Blind to the left. Boy!
No! Get him off me! Get him off!
Under the laws.
No, I was being glitched out. Don't have
That's right.
Go. Oh shit! Oh!
Why'd you try and get into the same pot I was?
Oh wait, what the heck?
Far left! My left!
It's okay. No, it's okay. Left and right is really hard, okay?
Stupid decision.
Everyone got B plus except for
Racially
Joe.
motivated, Joe? Racially motivated?
Stop! It's only okay when he says it. Oh, I got a token. Nice. What the hell is this?
I barely took damage. I barely touched sound traps. I found most two of the 3 keys.
Oh no, he's gonna.
Everything else is correct and labeled as amazing.
5.
I get the lowest grade.
4.
No, that's fine. No,
3.
it's fine. It's fine.
Oh my god, Overcast Live! Thank you so much for the raid.
Racism is so condescending. Especially if it's against Joe.
Welcome in, everyone.
Overcast Live
Good thing I
raided
was
my
hoping Joe
stream
would
with
be like-
7 viewers.
Welcome in.
I'm practicing
How are you,
controlling my anger,
Liv?
Namu.
I'm gonna
No.
mute them real quick. How are you, Liv? What were you guys playing? Let me go ahead and give you a shout out real quick.
Bearable.
Destiny 2? Oh, fun!
Next one.
Oh.
Queue it
Thanks
up,
so
let's
much
go,
for
next
the
one.
raid. I'm gonna go ahead and play my raid VOD. I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Y'all realize when I say that, it just means eventually.
Fist is above on this bridge.
Oh, it didn't work.
Next
Huh?
one.
Yeah, we're
Next
just gonna wait.
one.
We're just gonna wait for
Let's go.
It froze. It froze. It froze. Well. Wait, how do I make it go away? There, I made it go away. I'm sorry, that did not work. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. If you need a raid and run, I completely understand. Welcome in, Jack. How are you? Okay, we're already starting to the next
Why was
thing.
my first outfit?
Let me
gang
unmute. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
a pink
The blue one.
shorts.
Why when I unmute, all I hear is about gang colors?
A decent performance. I said jump, and you jumped. But what I need is somebody who, when I say jump, says how high.
Apparently, Namu, Lando, and I ended up getting the same fit in different colors.
Yeah.
It just so happened that my fit happened to be all red.
Ah.
Let's get you healthy.
Here, Namu's a
Damn. I need more frickin' tickets.
Take good care of you.
I can't get my meds, guys. I need my meds.
What the fuck
Need
are
the
you wearing?
I need my
It's
meds.
the scale fit. It's the scale fit.
Hey, hold up. Hey, yo, my boy
Wait, I
from
don't think
Neely's. My
that's
brother,
That
where
is
you at?
No, like the purple one where you have one solid color.
And I'd be a pimp.
It's not the same though,
I
unfortunately.
think I have a.
No, you
Oh,
have
that's
a full
creepy.
set. I know you do.
Do I? I don't think I do.
You do. You should. No, you showed me. You literally showed me. You have it. I know you do. I think it's in
Hey, my
purple.
brother from
I
My brother from Neely's. I
have
have a question. How do I get your hairstyle? You actually got some of an afro.
orange.
Yeah. Can I have that, please?
I don't have a fit.
Actually,
This
red.
sucks.
Joe's wearing red.
I
You
think,
sure you don't have it
yeah,
in purple? I swear you have it in
it's-
purple.
No, I
it's-
think
yeah,
Joe
it's not the same.
Joe has it in purple.
Joe, do you have it
I'm
in
pretty
purple?
sure.
Red, Joe
I
has
do
Joe
have
has a red
purple.
one at the same as I do.
Yeah,
Joe
but
has
do
a
it- do it in
purple
purple,
fit.
do it in purple.
Well, wait, purple version
Do
of his
that,
outfit?
do that same fit in
I don't
purple.
think-
Yeah.
I don't think I have the top
No,
in
I'm
purple.
pretty sure one of you two,
yeah,
either
yeah.
Joe or Namu, has it.
I have the
One of you
pants.
two has
I have the pants in purple. I don't have the top in purple.
Twinsy.
it. Are you sure?
Yeah, like I'll triple check right now, but
I
yeah,
swear,
me and
remember
Joe
you
has the
had the
same
whole purple
outfit.
fit.
Oh,
Me
and
and Joe have the
chat,
same outfit.
this game is very graphic and very spooky, scary stuff. So if that's not what you're into,
And very
you
bloody.
might have to turn away. Yeah, and very
Nah, we here
bloody.
for the
It's
blood and
very
the violence.
very different. We're here for the what?
And a gruesome death.
No.
listen,
Oh,
nobody's
Joe is
here.
my twin. Hey, can I not be the twin too? I'll fight you for it already. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, yo, wait a minute. We're gonna have
just
fight night over
kidding.
this.
I'm just kidding.
Namu, I don't care if there's a fight, but if there is, I gotta charge for it. You know?
Oh God. My audio levels,
Gotta make a
Joe.
profit.
Beepy.
Look, if anything,
It's
I
I'm
don't
so
know.
hard
The
to
guy's head
control
exploding was pretty
audio.
hot. Oh, wait, Ayo?
What?
You not have it in purple?
Hey,
I'm seeing
what
what to
type
see
of
you
head
play
are you two
piano.
talking about?
Oh!
Hey.
No!
Never mind.
I did have a
Stop!
piano right there.
My virgin
What?
Wait,
ears.
What?
I'm sorry.
Dude, my mind just like went shut down for 5 seconds when she said that.
Bro,
Why?
I
And always
swear
says Joe,
one
I
of you
finally
two
saw
had
the
the whole
PP
purple
guy.
fit.
PP?
Oh wait, I leveled up.
So wait, let me get this straight, Kimchi. So that comment is what offended your virgin ears, but the dingaling slingers in the game didn't affect your virgin eyes.
Oh, I don't. No, not my eyes. My eyes are not, but my ears. You know.
I don't think that's how that works. No.
What if you just cover your ears and just don't hear anything? You never know.
She
you
said,
know?
"Look, I just
How
put it
can
on
you-
mute.
Why
You
would
feel
you?
me?"
Why would you judge me? Like why? Why?
Nah, she said,
Why-
"Listen, I'm not
why
about.
is there
I'm about the
judgment
sights, not the sounds. You know."
Don't think that's how that works.
Wait, did you guys ever notice when you're switching through people, sometimes there's a cross on their neck?
What?
When
Oh,
you're
that's
switching
all-
through
wait, is it-
skins, sometimes a cross pops
Switching through
up
wait,
on their neck.
skins?
Like switching, like you know how you
Kimchi,
your
one of
appearance.
I don't think I can change my skin. I'm sorry. It's stuck this way.
Okay.
No, that's one character just has a cross on it.
Oh, it's just one character.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know,
it's because I have it clicked to that character, so every time I scroll off, it pops up. Yeah, it's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
you have a cross on it.
It's
Also,
late. It's
The
late.
one in the bottom
I woke up
right.
early at 5.
Also, if you go to your trial, Even if you're not the host, if you go on trial and you click the image, you can kind of see how far you got for that trial. Here, go for it.
Yo, what the heck are y'all wearing?
Okay, let's go.
I don't wear a fit. I mean, I could wear it, but mine is nowhere close to the same.
Wait, I'm doing it by myself? Hell no.
No, Namu had it, didn't he?
We're doing
Switch?
Feed the Children?
No, I just didn't want the same thing with as Joe, you know.
Wait.
No, I'm changing this crap up. Ain't no way.
So
Ain't no
Program
dang way.
X has
Change it
5
to
trials?
change it to your pink shorts. With the pink vest.
Can I have a say in this?
No.
No.
Well, don't let them bully you.
No, this is a good bully, Kimchi. This is a good bully. Go look at him. Look at him. No. You cannot change.
I want his top.
Come on, Joe. You're beautiful.
Who's top?
Even the someone said styling in my chat.
You see that?
Come on, Joe.
Over there.
Get over here.
Hey, friend.
Yes.
Hi.
Never say that to my face.
Wait, can we talk to
Wait,
people
say
in
what?
game?
Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what?
I think I'm making a friend.
Yeah, yo, you gotta back up, man. I get we're bros, but we don't have to like go that close, you know?
Oh,
So, Namu stream. How long has Namu been streaming for? He's been streaming for about
2
8,
days.
a little over 8 hours. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. By the time it reaches 8 hours and 45 minutes, there will be no more Namu.
Oh my god.
No more Namu?
Next mission. Do the next mission. Start it.
Why are you saying that?
Oh yeah, that'll be the final trial right there. That'll be Namu's ultimate trial.
Oh.
What do you mean, no, Kimchi?
Wanna come over now, Joe?
No more Namu.
I didn't say I was going to come over. I just said your stream will end in 30 minutes. Take that as you will.
Oh, you meant no more Namu streaming.
You're thinking about it.
I didn't know whether you can take him off the face of Earth or not.
Hospital.
I mean, either way, stop streaming.
He's gonna be in the hospital, right, Joe?
Oh, that's a lot.
I mean,
oh no, I'll be gone.
The hospital is officially involved in the process. The hospital is involved. Yes, you will be in Korea. If I ship your body in the box.
Nope.
What?
I'll be gone. I'll be gone long then.
So you got about 30 minutes. Good luck, my G.
Guys, Twitch. Someone is threatening me. Cancel. Cancel AfroJoe.
Okay. You guys are gonna make me stop streaming for real. I don't like all this hate going on.
AfroJoe is an IRL friend of mine.
I don't like this hate.
He literally lived 30 minutes away from me.
If even that, to be honest. It's kind of closer to 20 or 25, but we'll say 30. Yeah, we'll say 30 just so I can, get dressed, just take it easy. And that's a nice
It's
night.
12 already? Time to go to sleep. Bye, guys.
Kimchi, no sleep.
Drugs.
I gotta go
Orlando,
sleep.
nothing. You are.
I don't think you can say that.
No,
What do you
Joe,
mean,
Joe,
yeah,
you
bro?
just got Joe. Ori just dropped in way too many
So
times. on the show.
hectic. Feed the children. Oh, I hate this one. This
Ori,
one's the one
I
I hate
understand
most.
the urge of dropping that little rat on his head.
No, she already said that I've gained the privilege to be dropped on the head multiple times during this.
That's a nice way of saying she wants to drop you on your head.
Yeah.
Oh, that laugh was
Oh,
fucking
God.
evil, bro.
Namu, speaking of which, there's Bleach. We can turn you to the Joker for real.
Well, that was a weird laugh, but
I mean, all your laughs are weird, but we that. But as usual, the suit of the day has.
Okay, is that so much hard to ask? Oh wait.
My brother, I'm weird too.
Okay.
Back there.
Yes. Because we brothers.
Exactly. But rather you be weird and normal. Hey, yo.
Yo, knife.
Oh, fuck.
There's a knife.
No, get him off me. No, how did he get me twice? You closed the door on me?
Survival of the fittest. Kimchi, why'd you just run through it?
To spite you.
Is that back though?
I hope Kimchi realizes that if he makes me go down, I will get my revenge. Oh, Kimchi, come over here. I can heal you.
Yeah, literally when I was like, "Hey, mom, follow me," I was like, "You know what? Let him take the reins."
Over there.
There she is. Kimchi, stay still.
Did you guys get a bleach from the pool or?
Let's open this door.
Drank bleach?
Brother, how are you alive?
He isn't. Oh, I fell in the pool.
Antidote, lockpick.
Big Mom's here.
Right.
No. No. She gonna get some of these bricks. Although for some reason people are more immune to bricks than they are to glass bottles, which makes no sense.
They have a pretty hard head.
And the glass bottles work.
That's what she said?
They're rubber bricks. Wait, we only got one bleach here, right? So there should be another
You'll
one.
get your
So-
chance, Rory. You'll get your chance.
Wait, can we go in here, please?
Do you want to see my pet?
Hey, yo!
Wait, come here. Come here, come here.
Walk. What are you trying to do?
You see that?
Is there no bleach here? That scared the shit out of me. Yo, that was loud. I'm sorry, chat.
Alright, hi, Kimchi.
X-Pop, right there.
The martyrs go hand in hand to the arena.
We have to go that way, by the way, Joe. We have to go that way.
Gotcha. Might turn you up a little quiet.
It's because I was far away.
Oh yeah. You sound good now.
That's fine. So we reach out.
Okay, where's the other bleach?
There's a lot of
Watch out.
You might have to go in his direction.
Yeah.
Lando, just let you know, if you see this like little white thing on the inside.
I know. That's why I stepped back when I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stepped back.
Yeah, no, the stamina upgrade is a beast.
You want to break down this door?
It's definitely worth
Just so we can move in to a more faster.
Sure. Wait. I hear something near me. Joe, I have to go this way.
Oh, I'll try to help you break down the door.
It's a trap.
It's fine.
I know, let's go. Okay. Oh, shit.
They're close, be careful. Look.
Fake Namu. Fuck, me and Joe got separated. Joe, where are you?
For God, Namu.
Oh, there's someone to our left, the machete dude.
We have to go that way.
Oh, I was gonna get that.
Didn't say that.
You're too fast.
Oh, yeah. Make sure we didn't miss anything.
This could come in handy.
Nice.
What's up? Wait, did we find the two from that side? Oh yeah, okay. I'm slow.
There's a battery right there.
Watch out.
Anything here?
X-Pop, right there.
You have to go to the right.
Over there.
Oh fuck, Joe. Kick him off, kick him off, kick him off, hurry.
I can't, he's huge! I can't do nothing, he's huge. Oh god! Wow.
Dad jokes are the best, yeah.
Why? How?
No one.
I know you're there. Hark.
Why'd you throw it at me?
Wait. No, I did not throw it at you. I threw it over there. Wait, go over here, over here, over here.
Yo.
Kimchi. Bash it,
Hurry up.
bash it.
And
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Kenshi, why are you making it slow down my pace?
Oh fuck! Oh no 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 no! Fucking fake Namu.
Hey, take it easy over there.
You'll be back.
Over there. Watch out.
Something exploding in his face. What?
It's too close.
She made, like, he made it, but it made, like, the psychotic gas and everything. So it made me blind. While we're being chased by my face. Oh no! Oh no!
What is that? Joe, you need to come back. You guys are all half health except for Lando. Lando's the only one that's... Namu. I don't like that lady over there. Everything is awesome.
There's a bleach in the main area on a bench.
Yeah.
Can't. I have this bleach.
Where's
Well,
Speedy?
that was the dude.
Where? What dude? Where? What the fuck?
Over here,
What are you guys seeing?
See that?
No.
Where's the other bleach? Why didn't you guys ping it?
I did.
I can see it.
And now it's gone. I'm gonna go get it now.
Okay, well, I'll follow you.
Wait. Guy. Lando, I was about to. Okay, well. That just happened. Yo, it's like. What the hell? Mr. Stark? What? Oh my god, yo. Oh my god, the chat is going crazy.
Ain't no way! Ain't no way! This is some bullcrap!
Wait, what is it, Mr.
Oh, no. No. That's fake. That's a fake guy.
It came after me.
How are you guys?
What are you? Oh, fuck.
Be cool.
Joe! Joe, what the fuck?
Who's that?
That's fucked up. What? Oh, we need all 4 people here. Come here.
Over there. Let's stick together here. Everybody with me. We need to regroup. Everybody with me. Over there.
Kenshi, get in here.
In here, you. Oh my god, why? Joe, I hate you right now. I hate you so much right now. Joe, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Here, I'm trying to heal you. There,
I
you're
fucking
healed.
hate you.
I healed you, so shut up.
Oh fuck! Joe, no, I don't have stamina.
I'm out of stamina. Yo. No.
Oh my goodness. Namu, come on. Namu, real quick, just let's exit.
Okay. I just want to point out, I got literally every single piece except for one.
Oh, I know. We're busy running around. We're keeping them busy. Just think of it that way.
Keeping them busy. I was fine in the dark area while you guys were fucking around over here. Don't need nobody to keep them busy when you can just stick around. You know?
I got fucking fake Joe and fake Namu killing me.
Fake? I didn't do nothing fake.
No, there was a
What'd I
fake
do?
one. Namu! Namu!
Namu, bring your behind.
Namu!
Get your behind.
We're done, Namu, we're done.
That's what I figured out I can do.
Did you see that? Look.
If I get chased because you took so long, I swear to God.
Over there.
There's a barrel. There's a trash can right there.
Thank you so much for that. Oh wow, holy shit, dude. Look, guys, let me just introduce myself.
Hey, walk in here.
Sorry. My name is Namu. I'm a variety
Who's gonna come up from
I
where?
am trying to raise some money.
Yes.
There's 3 people that come from this way, so you have to run, okay?
If
you have adrenaline, now's the time to use it.
Give it to me instead.
Fair enough.
Oh fuck.
He's like,
is he?
Oh, behind us.
Oh, I know. Follow me. Use your adrenaline.
Oh shit.
Where's your motivation? Stop hitting me.
No, she kept hitting cars. No, bitch.
Yo, wait, really?
Do you have poison? Please tell me you have poison.
No, I don't.
Bro. Joe, you took the one I was trying to get in. Joe, fuck you. Dax, why?
What happened? Holy shit.
I survived.
I took so many fucking hits, dude. I took so many hits.
Oh, I got A-, let's go.
I only got hit 4 times, and 2 of them were at the end.
I got 8. I got 8.
I only got 1 door trap, 4 sound traps, 1
Fuck,
sandy,
dude.
and then got hit 4 times.
Guys, thank you
Everything
so
else,
much.
it said I was perfect.
He's a hero. God damn. That's Thank you. He was sent on a clan
Can we pick designated test tubes, please?
Guys,
No.
thank you so much for
Who does that?
Because I keep
It's
running
first come,
into the
first
wrong
serve.
one. No, fuck that. Thanks for
It's
the
Darwinism
10
up in here.
videos, Dex. How are you doing
Guys, thank you
today?
so much for the
You're welcome.
donations to charity.
Are
I
you
really do
striving
appreciate
for
it.
almost good enough?
Mr. Stark,
Who's already had a heart attack? You did not have to add to it.
Like, oh my god, you guys are like, everyone's here. Don't ask me about.
Who the fuck is Doris?
What? Wait, who?
She's upstairs.
Mr. Stark helped lead the
No, I know where she is,
Yo,
but
he's
who the
like the-
fuck is Doris?
Yo, you must be like the biggest hero of all time then.
this place.
Let's go,
Am.
Mr. Stark.
It's your neck. See
That's
if I
where you
can.
get the amps. It's
Oh
over
man!
still.
And guys, I'm also
sure my
having a
reputation
streamer
precedes
friend
all
here.
that.
Her name is Fail
It's
Kimchi.
altered.
Please give her some love and support as
Here and there, I
well.
might
And
come across
sorry,
something
Newbie,
you
I
might
saw
find
that.
useful.
Didn't really scare me. But anyways.
No, give Namu
Mr.
more love.
Give some,
Oh,
hey,
wait,
give some
way
love
too
to
fucking
Fail
early. What
Kimchi
time
as
is it
well.
for you?
I'm giving a shout out to
Namu.
Fail Kimchi right now.
No, Namu.
Give
No,
some love to her
Namu.
as well.
No.
Did you
There are no adults here, guys. There are no adults
Panda?
here. No adults.
There's a panda in this room?
Oh my. Wait, what? Where?
There's a panda.
No adults. There are no adults here.
I've been waking up as soon as it gets light
Mr. Stark,
outside.
thank you so much for that.
Why?
Wait, and like,
Wait,
holy
what time
shit,
is it for
like,
you? Or it's
that
5
is-
a.m. So you're 5 hours away.
Freaking huge raid right there, man. But if you need
The
to get
raid
some
you
rest,
deserve,
please do so.
Namu.
Definitely get some rest, and if
Oh, 8:30.
self-care is definitely self-care is definitely important.
Wait,
Oh my
8:30?
god, guys, thank you
Are
so
you
much
in
for
UK?
that. You're chilling. Okay, I got you, Mr. Stark. But damn, thank you so much for that.
8:30, they're probably in the
Like,
UK.
that is like cool.
I like
you
looking
have
at
an
the
awesome
different
community.
rooms.
I'll tell you that. You guys are just like showing out there and just like.
I got a new top. Thank you for following Scurvy Stew. I appreciate you.
Scurvy Stew is
Yeah,
now
guys,
following.
again, Fatal Kimchi is a really good friend of mine. She is
Sometimes.
She is a streamer, right?
What kind of top do you get? Oh, you got the pink one. Nice.
Yeah, I got the pink one. What?
Hey, she finally catching up to me. Now
Oh
she
my
needs the pink
God.
shorts too.
She doesn't have the pink shorts.
Wait,
she does have some
what?
Yeah,
The
UK.
what? The
Oh,
pink what?
okay. Hello, Aru? I almost said Atru.
Oh my
Atru.
God, guys, you
You're
guys are
so
freaking
out of
amazing.
it.
Like,
Me? Yeah, I know. I'm hella
so
tired.
stream and again,
Dax!
I'm just like a small time streamer and whatnot. Mr. Stink.
Dax.
What are you doing there, Joe? You
Wait,
spying on me?
Mr.
Like, I'm just
wait. So what does Mr. Stark? I'm
Joe,
sorry,
no!
I
What
asked
the
this one.
fuck?
What does Mr.
Get-
Stark do? Like, what does he? What kind of like things does he do for
guys
his
are
stream?
I can't.
Wait, I kind of feel weird saying that because like you guys.
Go
rated me
Lando,
with,
go
like,
Lando,
700
go!
over
Go
700
Lando,
people.
go Lando, go! Thank you for following Cheddar!
Nephew beat his ass.
Mr. Stark, I
Go
am
Lando,
playing
go
you
Lando,
right
go.
now, and
Get him!
Lando, you gotta win.
You're better. You're wearing the
Don't
better
forget the games
shirts. They're the same shirts.
You have the better.
Holy
You have more
shit.
pants, I
Stark will
guess.
do whatever you want for at least a
Let's
buck.
go!
Really? For a buck?
Let's go!
For a buck.
Everybody fights Lando now.
Mr. Stark
No,
is a gentleman
what?
match collector.
I'm bad at this game.
Those are nice.
Mr. Stark, I kind of want to hear from you. Like, how do you
I'm
describe
gonna
yourself?
customize the room again.
I love my pants.
I want a
They're so
different
cool.
wall. Flowers? No, too many flowers in here.
A Playboy
About a
pavilion
lot of
lamp
garbage
purpose.
on stream.
Now that we have
on
everybody's
Steam.
attention, I just
not
want to
stream,
say I
not-
did fucking
Let me
everything
also give you a
last game.
follow. I again, thank you so much for that.
Lando,
Raid,
you
like,
know,
holy shit.
some people don't try to perfect everything the way
Mr.
you
Stark
do,
is
okay?
old.
Just
Hey,
letting
hey,
you
it doesn't
know.
matter if he's old. Okay?
Some
He's,
people
Lando,
just are trying to survive
he's
here.
a dude. Love the garbage.
Like
baby.
me.
Lando, I
Yeah,
believe. I believe Kimchi.
Oh, let me
What?
go ahead
Lando,
and
I
start
believe in a
another one
method
here.
called the
Oh my
min-max
god,
method.
guys! Like
Okay.
you have no idea how like
Oh, shit,
I just like
guys.
I have to go like concentrate on my game. Then look at the chat. Look, and I just like, what is going on? Oh my god! Thank you guys so much for that. Raid. Guys, really appreciate it.
Now you know how Kamina feels when I can be sadistic with the
Yeah,
jump
but-
scares? Dude, that was a
But here's
jump
the
scare.
thing,
We weren't
Lando.
even in the game,
Oh my god, his
Dax.
balls are shiny
We
as
got
his
Dwayne.
forehead, just as his part. Powder.
Huh?
What?
Also,
What?
Lando, here's the thing.
Okay,
right?
thank you so much, Mr. Stark.
Minimum
I
effort
really
for
appreciate those
maximum
words.
results.
World
In
One
your own
Survivors.
words, I
Yo,
didn't do
goodness,
I
Mr.
didn't do
Stark,
shit, right?
Is he immortal?
But I got an
Is
A.
he immortal?
And I got an A for doing little.
You know, they do say
So you're
C's get
telling me-
degrees,
Oh,
so I'm aiming for a
hold on,
You're
C.
Asian, so isn't it A?
Hey,
we
bruh,
got-
what?
We got Mr.
That's
we
what.
got
Hey, that's what Namu
Mr.
told me.
Stark. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Sorry, Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark, Mr. Stank, Mr. Sack, Mr. Ark.
Wait, what are you
else?
saying
You
right
singing
now?
a song? What the fuck?
What the fuck are
I'm
you
sorry. It's just like what the.
saying?
I'm just like talking with my chat right now. We're just like saying random shit right now. Yeah. Yeah. Rick sex. Yeah. Definitely get yourself some good sleep. And honestly, again, thank you so much for like joining with the stream. Get yourself some good rest. And that's the same with anybody here, Mr.
Namu, are you high?
Named Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
No. Dude,
I
I
saw
have
that.
Wait,
like, a
where?
lot of people like just talking about Mr. Stark.
His first name is
Mr.
Dwayne
Stark
The
is
Rock
the stopping
Johnson.
pirates. Oh my god. Mr. Shark. Yo, I need guys, you
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Twilight Thunder. Welcome in.
The moon for Panda.
Tyler Thunder Row
guys,
1 is now
as of right
following.
now, I'm making a command, okay? I'm making a command,
command?
right?
Yeah.
command, and it's gonna be Mr.
Hi, you're
Sark,
welcome.
okay? We're
What
gonna
you guys
list
been
down,
up
okay?
to today?
We got Mr.
Wait.
Sark, Mr.
Dragon Ball
wait, I need to put a comma out. Mr. Stark, Mr. Mr.
Hi. Hope you're doing good. It's been chill for me.
Mr.
Oh, I'm glad. I've been chilling.
Ark.
I've been up since like 5:30 though.
Mr.
So-
Sheets? What was the other one? Mr. Oh my god, there was like a lot more. Yeah,
I feel like you're gonna say something really bad after.
Sark.
There's Mr. Shanks.
What?
Hold on. Oh my god, there's some Sark.
What are your thoughts on the Outlast trial?
Sark,
It's pretty good so far. Ooh, look at this guy's room.
oh my god, Piggy, thank you so much for that. What's up? I really
It's
appreciate
pretty
it.
good. I'm having a fun time. I didn't think it was gonna be that fun.
Mr.
But
Sharks.
Namu was like,
Mr.
play it,
Scarf.
so I did.
Yeah,
So.
we got Stink.
Yes.
We got Stink.
It's Christmas in Joe's room.
Sister Mark.
Count your sheep
Hey,
for
Kimchi,
a
this
good
makes you,
sleep.
Sister Mark. Sister Mark.
This makes you feel better on the leaderboard.
Mr.
Namu has the most
Stork.
deaths in the lobby.
Mrs.
Yay!
Guys, thank you so much
It's
for
not
the hype.
me. I'm winning.
What's going on?
I'm winning, son.
Namu has the most deaths in the lobby right now.
I'm winning, son.
Mrs.
It
Ark?
just showed it.
How
Namu
scary
has the most deaths
is
in the
it?
lobby with
I haven't
14.
played
I feel like I
Outlast
should
1
put
and
Mrs.
2. I actually
wait, Mrs.
started
Ark?
only
Wait,
playing
Mrs.
scary games
Ark?
Mrs. Ark.
last year.
Mr.
So
Ark. Mr.
Wait,
What
it's
else
very
is
new
in
to
there?
me. But I should
yeah,
go
I
and
had,
play.
Oh, Mr.
I think I had the most out of all of us was 6.
I just don't have that much
Okay, we
time
got-
to play
we
a
got
lot of
that.
games.
Okay, so
I
Mrs.
wish I did have a
Yeah,
lot
you
more
do.
time.
And she has...
Mr. Sark. Okay, Dark.
Have 10.
Which is
Full send.
10 what?
Oh my god, Mr. Okay, Mr. Sark, Mr.
10
Sark,
deaths,
Mr.
yeah, yeah.
Stink, Mr.
Yeah,
Ark,
I have 10
Mr.
deaths.
Sheet, Mr. Sark Gent.
I need to
Correct.
aim
All
for
the games from that very first
666
playthrough.
deaths to see what
Correct.
happens.
Correct. And Sack. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Oh, I did not put the Sack. You know what? I'll just put that one. This one, Mr. Sack.
I have one rigs used.
This is
I
an
think they
important
will get a
documentation.
Screen
Future generations will
Ghostface
need
game
this.
soon.
Yes, they need you. They
Ooh.
truly need you. Oh my god, guys, like.
That sounds
yo,
good.
thank you so much for the
My favorite
gifts.
scary
Thank you
game
for the
is
sub. Really
Madison
appreciate it.
right now, but that's
Oh my
because I
God.
haven't
And
really
thank you so much for
played
the
any.
train, guys. Holy sh! Oh my god. you
Blood
guys
loss
are
in
right now,
gallons.
like-
Joe has lost
Oh my God,
819
guys.
gallons of
Okay.
blood.
How?
Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
because
Sink, Mr. Ark,
it's.
Mr. Sink, Mr. Mark, Mr.
Do you like the
Stark,
Scream
Mr.
movies?
Ark,
I
Mr.
haven't
Ark,
watched them.
Mr. Bark, Mr.
Or
Dark,
okay,
Shrek.
let me
and-
clarify this. I'm gonna mute them. Sorry. Let me clarify this.
Joe, Namu has
Yeah.
lost
I
1,170
have
no,
not.
this is
Or
what we got, this is what
every
we
time I
got.
watch a movie, I don't remember
It's a
whatever
success.
the heck
Okay,
happens
cool.
as soon as I get
Guys,
out. I
this
don't know
is
what
a
it
new-
is.
this is a-
It's like
This is.
it's like a overload for me.
Arm
Like I can't remember
What
maps
the?
and games. I'm just not
Yo, what?
to have
Wait,
that
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
My brain
There we
has
go,
too
there we
many
go.
things
Mr.
to
Sark,
do
this is
during
for
the
you.
day,
Thank you so
so
much
when I
for-
either relax and watch
That's
a
the
movie
list,
or
guys.
play
We
video
got the
games, I just
list
turn
right
it all
there.
off.
I'm a
Turn
god.
it all
I
completely
need 2
off.
more.
There's way too many like
Let's go.
things, work things. I
Need
don't
2
really
more
like
for my
watching
triple
movies. I'm
digits.
just
Oh my
more of
God.
a gamer. Yeah.
I'm tired.
seems-
Okay, what are you guys doing right now?
I need 2 more victories for triple digit arm wrestling. I have 98 victories.
That about covers it. Yeah, dude.
Hold on, my mute button's broken.
All
Go,
right.
Lando, go, Lando, go.
Go, Joe. Go, Joe. Go,
No,
Mark.
no, no, no.
Mr.
Lando,
Mr.
Lando,
Mark.
stop. What are you? Oh,
We did-
come on.
One more win. Give me one more win.
No, 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 no.
Oh wait, hold on,
No,
hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on. You know what? I don't think I put skank. Mr. Skank.
Did you
When
put
life
Shank
is
either
busy,
or
it can
not?
hard to follow
Hold on,
things.
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna
exactly how I
copy
live
this.
life.
Guys, I'm gonna
For
copy
like
this.
all the time, honestly.
Now give me my 100. Show me on the leaderboard.
Over there.
Dude,
I
it's
will
gonna
sit
have
here.
to.
I will wait.
Oh my god.
I will wait.
Bro, you have 2 trials failed.
Yeah, 2 failed, but Namu failed more than I did.
No.
It's just sort of all of us. I have 6 deaths.
Oh yeah, no,
Ew.
I died a lot. Oh my god, excuse
Take
me.
me
I just burped
outside.
inside. Ugh.
Hey, Namu,
Yeah,
I know
let's start
Joe's
another
reason why he
one.
didn't help, but Namu, why you no help last mission?
Because I got freaking raided by like 700 people.
He got-
like holy
He got
shit.
raided by like
No,
400
but
people.
before
It was
that,
insane.
no, but before that,
Before what?
Before you got raided, you didn't do shit.
Namu, you better not before I see my 100.
Oh my god. Wait, what? Wait, what?
You better not start this trial.
It's starting. It's starting.
Namu, I will kill you.
Let's go.
Last one that shows.
I want to see my 100 arm
Tyler,
wrestle
what's your
victories.
favorite game right now?
Okay, we can wait.
No,
Hey,
we're
guys,
going.
This is my
stuck in the
this is my
test
brother
tube.
What
from
the
my
fuck?
Afro Joe.
Namu, get me out!
Here's
Namu,
Get me out of here! Help me! Help! 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 You don't play horror games? Oh, you watch movies. Okay. Help me!
Trouble here. Oh shit! Help!
You guys are so mean. Why would you do this to me? No.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Wait, no, Joe, we're going.
Namu, how'd you lose that much blood?
Help me! I need help.
No, because I became a tank man. I just let everyone
I like
just,
games that
you know,
we
chase
explore.
after me, you know?
Yeah, I like games like that too. I usually play
You might see it. We'll see.
a lot of life sim
I hate you,
games.
Namu.
It's after this. It's
I'm
after this. It's after this.
I hate you. I actually hate
This is
you.
literally right after this.
I'll look
I
at the hate.
actually hate
I'm a
you.
streamer. I'm a
Hate
pro
you?
streamer.
I got
I'll
trapped. You
live
can
with
see
the
it
hate.
whenever, dude. Wow, imagine I'm not trapped anymore.
Happened to me.
I'm
Anyone
crying
here-
right now. Okay, we're
Can
not.
anyone hear
watching
Kimchi?
this.
I can't hear her.
Oh, you have to turn me up. You have to turn me up.
No, I'm pretty sure that's a joke.
Oh, you know what? I'm muting him. Fuck that. Bye, Joe.
In a world of belief, there is no difference between wrong and the
So says
right.
Kim.
You are the meat.
I don't know what the hell was that.
Let the therapy make you
Kimchi, what in the hell was that?
That was my imitation of your fucking laugh.
Please, did I give? Oh, was it like for donation?
I think yours sounded worse.
It is exclamation point. August Neil, thank you so much for the follow. Really do appreciate you. Welcome into the treehouse.
We don't watch this weird shit. We don't watch this weird shit.
Oh yeah, and also if this really gets to you guys,
Yeah, these things can be
Whatever you guys
very
are-
disturbing.
yeah, it can be
I like
very
farming
disturbing,
simulation
so.
games. I actually
Yeah,
haven't even
there's-
played
there's a,
Sims,
there's a
like
charity
in
link right there, and,
ever.
But yeah,
I'm scared to go in.
Dark. Holy shit.
I'm gonna wait for all of you guys to go
Kimchi.
first. No, you go.
Go
You're
in.
gonna make me stuck
No, you
again,
go
aren't
in.
you?
You go in.
You're gonna close it and
No,
then
I'm
lock
not.
it,
Just
and then
go
I'll
in.
get stuck. No, you go.
Yo,
No, you.
Homie,
No,
please,
you.
just go in.
No, you.
No, you go
No,
in.
no.
Kat, should Kimchi go in first or should I go in first?
Namu just going first.
Fine.
What if I just never go now?
I'll be nice for once. Mr.
I'm just gonna
Sark!
do this without them.
Namu.
We just met. What?
Wait, I've never played this. You guys fucking suck. I hate you guys. Oh my god, leaving
We love
game
you,
right now.
Kimchi.
Exiting main
We love
menu. Leave trial.
Love you, Kimchi.
Yeah, sure. That's what love looks like for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
some good rest. If you're sleepy all day, oh my god.
Yeah.
I really need to pay. I really need to pay attention.
I got a brick. I got a brick for you.
Watch your ass. It's a trap.
There's another brick. Did you try to pause the game? What?
$4 coffees. Yo. Don't get
No, no. Fuck you, Namu. What the fuck? Namu.
I am not sandbagging my Mason.
You see that?
Hi, Kimchi.
Get away from me.
Classic Namu. This is and I said from the beginning on stream, I'm not gonna try to let anyone die or anything like that. But nope. I just keep I can't.
Oh fuck! That scared the shit out of me. Yeah, laugh. Uh-huh.
Here, I'll heal you.
Very good. Yeah, Mr. Stark, I will definitely check you up. I hope I get to catch one of your stream one of these days. Steam, not stream. Wait, stream? Steam? Stream? Well, now I got to grind up the children,
fuck.
so, ayo.
Who opened this? Going to be killed.
Sorry. Why am I so dumb right now?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!
Okay, well that's not my fault. That's not my fault.
You're close, be careful.
Bro, make it grip. No.
Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. Do you have this game, Mr. Stark? I'm pretty sure. No, I am not gonna ditch my homie Kimchi. I will never do that. Okay? I will not. I won't ditch anybody. He streamed that. So have you gotten that far into the game, or were you just starting out?
Watch out.
Spaghetti. That's our first one.
Look. You see that?
Go back, go back, go back.
You see that? X-Pop, right there. You're close, be careful.
Nah, objectively.
You can play with 4 people. You can attack them by throwing things at them and stunning them, but not really like damaging them at all. Are we still fucking hiding, bro? Come on, man. Let's go.
Establishment.
Is she coming back here?
Hold on. Alright. Focus.
I think she's coming back. We need to get out of here, though.
Yeah.
Because our batteries are just gonna die.
Yeah, this is an X-ray vision. This is an X-ray.
Let's go this way. Let's go this way.
Alright, let's follow Kimchi.
Wait, Mr. Stark,
Take me to the promised land, Kimchi.
Wait. Who's out here?
Hey, it looks pretty clear out here for now.
Oh fuck, this is the beginning again. Big dumb.
Is that Big Mom? Namu, who's chasing you?
Machete.
Lando's gonna do everything again, guys.
That's fine.
Because honestly, like, seeing that it's funny.
He's scary, skeleton. I don't want to let him feel like he's doing this all.
Okay, Lando, don't say that. No! Fucking fake Namu again! What a bitch!
I mean, you know, to thank me. I picked the mines initially because it seemed weak, but they're actually pretty useful. I actually want to try that next time for sure. Like, so yeah, I'm starting with X-ray, but I want to use the mines next because it seems
Do you
like
need
not
help,
a lot of
Lando?
people are using the mines. Well,
Over there.
Gonna make some noise, guys. Okay,
It's locked.
We're good.
Oh, it's open. Yeah. Got this. Oh shit.
Shit. I suck at lockpicks.
I say one disadvantage the X-ray has is once you're in X-ray mode, you can't see like much anything else. Like, as you guys kind of saw, there was a mechanism where it just released the gas. Didn't see that coming, so. That's one thing. I mean, I do love using the X-ray though. And there's a mine.
Watch
Hang
your
on.
ass. It's a trap.
And now I'm just going on focus mode because.
I don't even know what the kids
Yeah,
look
that's-
like.
Over
there.
him. That was like a kid over there. See him?
It's a trap.
You see him?
Yeah.
Dude, Kimchi?
Here we are.
That wasn't me.
He's back here.
Go Namu, go Namu, go Namu! Fuck, 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 fuck! There's two people on me. I'm down, I'm down, I'm down. There's two people on me. Get me later, get me later.
Watch out.
Can't remember anything.
Joe? Hey Joe, can you pick me up maybe? How fast is your PC? It's okay, it's pretty decent.
You're gonna be alright.
Thank you.
Nope, this is not what I wanted to do. I need to close the door first. I'm sorry. Okay, now I can do it.
Lando picked me up then dropped me.
That's why.
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, me first, yep. Oh shit.
I caught a body, Lando.
Oh fuck.
He's blind, don't worry. Oh shit, he's been calm again.
So you.
I ain't deaf.
Oh, that's Nama, fake you, loves me. Namu, stop. No, please, fake Namu. Fake Namu's such a bitch.
Where are you? Not, wait, Kimchi,
I
are
said
you good?
fake Namu. Yeah, I'm good, I'm good.
Where's the last kid?
Right here, Joe. Come on, we gotta help Nama. He's gonna fucking die.
You can't.
No. Oh. Come on, dude.
Golly, watch it.
Let go of me.
You can all die.
Hey, yo. Yo!
I tend to always do really poorly because I get hurt a lot.
Run. Kimchi, run.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Every single enemy touched.
That was not my fault, y'all. That is not my fault. Oh crap.
Yeah, I grinded it.
Oh,
Over
did you?
there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kimchi, do you have your raid up yet?
I got it.
Thank you.
He's not here, he's not here. He is coming this way though.
Samu, you have the last kid, right?
Who has the last kid?
Namu and I saw the last kid.
Okay.
And then we got chased.
In the vicinity near.
Over here, Namu, over here.
Namu, do you have the last kid? Or
It's around here, right?
I don't.
It is around here, yes.
You see that?
Nami, you scared the shit out of
Sorry. Oh, seriously, when have I not scared the shit out of anybody?
me. Ugh. Who has the heavy lifting?
I do.
The switch is down there.
I do. I have. Oh, god damn it.
Why are you running?
Run.
Oh great. Oh fuck. This is awesome, guys. What other horror games have you played? Mortuary's Assistant? That one was really fun. Oh god, why am I run locked? No! Oh shit. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead, bro.
I got it. Yeah, those are very bad.
No! I'm dead. I'm down. I took so much fucking damage this game. I usually don't take this much damage. Fuck. Syringe anywhere? Syringe anywhere? Syringe. So no syringe here.
You're gonna be alright.
Oh, Lando saved me like 20 million times. Oh
I'm
shit.
literally reviving you.
Oh, I thought it was Lando.
Nah, he healed. I revived.
No, you're close.
Lando, come here.
Oh, we both did at the same time.
Oh shit.
Do we have the kid?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. We're in the green. Yep. Yep. Where's Kimchi? Kimchi. Oh, my bad. Yeah, it is very chaotic. And if you would, go put the kid. Right. Yeah, but where is the entrance? It was right there. We're going to get Kimchi.
Heard that. So you!
I think he's out.
I keep getting stuck on shit. Oh, fuck.
Now I won't.
You're now
Yeah, hop over. Come with me. Come.
No, fuck.
Follow me, follow me, follow me. Keep going, keep going.
I'm going.
You're good, you're good. Keep going straight. This way, this way, this way. Through here, quick, quick, quick. Doesn't fucking matter about the kids. The other people on it. Keep going, just keep going straight, keep going straight. Yep. To your left, to your left. To your left again. There we go, you're good. Stay here. Get a hiding spot, something, whatever. Put the kid in the fucking grinder, hit the button. Get the fuck out of there.
The enemies really depend on, like... Oh, fuck. Mom!
No!
Move.
You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Yes, kill with gun.
Get her off me, get her off me, get her off me!
Keep moving,
Thank you.
let's go. No, wait.
I ran out. I'm off stamina. Come on, keep on hopping. Keep on hopping. Come on. Yeah, slow down. Doctor!
3 enemies all in one spot. I'm dead.
All against me!
Oh my god! Madison is my favorite game, Mortuary's Assistant. I mean, I played like Dead by Daylight or something like that. My D!
Laura was trying to mess me up at the end, Lando.
Why does it spell bad? Bad! I heard Madison is great, it's so good. I have so many jump scares from that one.
They actually do, like, the worst possible at that moment. Yeah.
Yo, I took so many hits that one. Shit.
I only took 6, but that was
I took like 1,000,000. Why do I keep getting locked by things? No.
I was already here, Kimchi.
I was on that side though. You.
I'll take that B+ though.
Oh, Joe, did I tell you what happened with
I was embarrassed just watching that. It must have
Wait, B. How did Namu get a B+?
Hold on.
Because they got smacked so many times.
Well, smacked, and also, there were a few times I actually gone through the, that noisemaker.
No, I haven't played
Yeah,
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Arctic, that actually does. It does.
Where's my room? Oh, that way.
way.
Well, I kept running into a fake Namu and getting fucking stabbed.
Like
I
that
was getting
whole last
shanked by
session,
fucking
all I-
Namu, dude, over and over again.
You mean the
And
fake me?
over and over and over.
Okay, I get it. I'm a bad man.
No.
I had to make sure. This one has shoes. We're wearing shoes. We got shoes. That's all I care about.
Nice.
Oh man. Wasn't the kid hacking at one last level? Yeah, so like no, they were but they weren't actually like real kids. They're actually
You
like
should probably change your shirt. That does not work.
they're actually
well.
mannequins, and they had like drills in their hands, and then they just like went boom.
Wait, what am I wearing?
Over and
I don't
over.
even know what
Yeah,
I'm
it
wearing.
You're wearing
What
the
are you
pink light
wearing?
top.
Oh.
Does not match at all.
You know, you don't have to match. It's fine. Do I look like I'm going to work?
I know, why are you being...
that was good.
Now let
Wait,
me
can I
see
level up?
my wins.
Oh, wait. Oh, you just pushed me away from my own door.
Well, I definitely have the most blood loss over there.
That is
No, that was
Liam
me.
Nugent.
Here,
This
look
is
at my
fake.
new
No, no,
hat.
look.
It's an epic hat. I will follow you on Instagram.
see.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, nice.
I have a new hat.
Ooh.
Military helmet.
Yeah, military hat. Evil Disneyland animatronics.
3 out of
exactly.
10. We've been
Namu,
speedrunning this
You
shit.
apparently use over double the electricity we use.
Wait, if
Yeah,
I
that sounds
put
about
this
right.
marker on
Wait,
Joe's
does that mean for the battery?
scores,
Over there.
does it cover it?
Over there.
102
Chat says
arm
they-
wrestling
Over there.
victories.
Chat
No,
says
can't
they
see
want
it
the
now.
helmet as well.
What?
You see that?
You only play two.
I've been playing
might have to
Wait,
make the
you
update.
have
since
Joe. You have
I've been playing for like a
102.
week,
You have
I
102.
think, but I've only
arm
been
wrestling.
playing
Yeah,
Fridays
it's
and
been
Yes, only
Sundays.
none the best.
I only stream on the weekends. I only have time to stream on the weekends. I wish I could stream through the week. That'd be so fun, but it's very time
Yeah,
consuming.
that's the same here. Mr.
I have too
Hyro,
many
thank you so much
pets.
for the follow, and also I really love your name, because I am like I am a fan of like Zelda games. And how are you? I'm a little late, but much love from the Star community. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I don't have any monies.
Mr. Hyro,
What
have
should
you
I
played the
get next?
new? What is
Probably
it?
battery
that
extension.
new
Enjoy the
that new
therapy.
Zelda game, The Tears of the Kingdom.
Wait, did you get endurance?
Yeah, I already got it. Wait, no, I don't.
Nice. Oh shit, no.
No, I didn't get it. Yeah.
Is that Mr. Stark I see over there on the
Endurance.
chat?
Endurance increases
Okay,
how much
I'll
time you
get
can run.
endurance nice.
I'll be
Yeah.
praying for you.
Wait, how much experience do I have right now?
His name is Sick.
Do-do-do-do-do.
It's incredible. Yeah, I was just getting started into the game, and like I think I'm gonna stream it Tuesday or
Are we playing?
I don't know.
another-
It really depends on my not situation, schedule.
Your schedule is part of your
And
situation.
also I got time for like one more program, guys.
Yeah, this
The
one's
next
gonna
one
be
we
the
have to do
last
is
one.
Lockdown. Oh my god,
Lockdown?
Lockdown's gonna be hard though. Yeah, it's the maze one.
I don't know. I
And
don't think
just
I've
with
played
guys-
that normally yet.
It's
Which
it's
was
the
Lockdown
one
number?
that it's the one that had
It's the big old
that you
fucking
actually bring
circle with
the,
a million enemies.
that, but
One
also
generator.
yeah, we had to find that one generator at the end of the maze.
Okay.
Bring
Here,
the gas
Joe.
canister.
Oh,
to
Oh, it's the
to
one that
it
had.
and-
Oh, it's the one that had a gas canister in the front, right?
yeah, but let me
Yeah,
tell
you
guys,
have to get the gas canister to the back of the place, put it in the generator, start the generator, and then run all the way back.
All right, I remember.
I don't
so
remember
there are
playing
stronger
that one.
enemies. So more stronger and more lethal. Prime assets will kill with one shot. Oh no.
Dude,
in,
maybe
it was in
we're
Fallout
not
2.
prepared. I think I need to be leveled more. I don't think we
What do you
can.
mean kill? Like one shot? We
We'll be
did one
fine.
shot?
Yeah, with
Yes.
We'll
one
be
shot.
fine.
Prime. So
The police officer will one shot you. The other dudes will do normally like 3 bars of your health.
I've got shoes. That's all I care about.
That's a good
This
shirt.
is
though.
police brutality to the max.
Can we do a
Don't
different
wanna put it
one?
that way.
Can we do like a medium
Want to
one so that we
start?
can get like a W?
good night, Ori.
Good night, Ori. Take
There
care,
isn't really a
wifey.
medium one. There isn't really a medium one, Kimchi.
Cringe. This game is dead.
Nah,
to me.
we
Wait,
gotta
what-
go
what-
hard or
what-
go
what-
home, you
What,
feel me?
what game? What game?
Okay, since I called Joe,
Ganondorf,
because we're
yeah.
gonna do one.
Yeah, we're gonna get a Ganondorf game. You're right. You're right.
I was like, Joe, come here.
Mr. Stark in
Text
here.
message.
Yes, Mr. Stark
Steam
is here. And how you doing?
invite.
Red Bad.
That's funny.
Gang bang? What?
What? Namu, you can't. I don't
Yo,
think. I
someone's-
don't
yo,
think that's
No.
safe.
Someone's yo, Ori. Someone's name
Hey,
on
yo?
chat is named Red Bad Gang Bang.
Oh.
Wait, what is it?
Sorry,
what is
this
it again?
game is
Red
Gang-
Bad
no, I'm
Gang
gonna-
Bang. Hmm.
What the fuck? I just
Yeah.
closed my door and I get back as
Like a
Red
Red
Bag
Bag.
Gangbang? What the
Well,
fuck?
welcome in,
I'm
Red
very
Bat. How are you?
confused and, you know, maybe
Wait, guys, should
a little
we
concerned.
do the lockdown or should we do something else? Because if we do the lockdown, it's
Oh,
gonna
it's
be pretty
white.
hard.
It's been white for this whole time, dude. What?
That is not white. What?
Wait,
Is it
guys, should we
blonde?
do the lockdown or should we do something else?
No.
Wait. I thought it was white. Hold on.
It is like it's no in the lighting.
Because this is
like,
blonde.
it's so dark.
Oh, that's probably it. It's just a shade, cell
In
shading.
the lighting, it's just so dark.
Oh, well,
Like,
I picked
I can only see it when I'm in the
It looks
tab
like-
screen that your hair's white.
It looks more cementish than like normal white.
Cementish?
Yeah.
Samanthish.
What are you guys? Wait, hold on.
It looks
hold
like
on. Wait, what are
gray.
you guys?
That's what I was trying to say, like really gray.
My hair IRL is purple and blue, so it can be whatever color.
Oh. Yeah,
I don't think that's how it works, Kimchi.
Yes. Works just like that. Don't think too hard. Don't think too hard. Don't use all the brain cells. Use like
How
half.
can we
of
not
it.
think too hard?
Bro, I only got 3 on a good day.
Bro, what?
Yes, use one.
Right.
Use negative then. Turn them off. Have you tried turning it on and off?
Okay.
That's what I do for work. If all 3 happen to activate,
this
that's
is
it. I'm gone.
Yeah, there is cell customization. Yeah. Hold on, my chair.
My goodness.
Wait, how do you say
Giraffe
Giraffe
is now following.
Can.
But
We can.
Okay.
We can.
what would you
Make sure
Gooey
you
Ray?
have just on you. Please,
gonna be hard.
please.
I'm
play
just
this slow.
kidding.
We can't go fast.
Thank you for the follow. I
If we go
appreciate
fast,
you.
we get
Welcome to the
fucked.
Kimchi
We're
Crew.
40 enemies on us.
Wait, what it
Please proceed to the shuttle.
I've never played this one. What are we doing?
Yeah,
I'm very
what
confused.
Kimchi
Gas
wants to-
can.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Kimchi, listen. You get a gas can, you bring
Yeah.
it to the back where there's a generator. You start the generator, you run back, you leave. Pretty simple.
Okay.
I think you should put-
How
I
many
think you should
gas
put
cans and
Randall up a
generators?
little bit.
Just one.
Oh, just
Just
one.
one
Okay.
and one generator.
Okay.
Last
Oh.
I checked, there might be
There's
2 or some
chocolate.
shit.
There you
because
go.
this thing's
Chocolate.
fucking
Nobody
difficult, but we'll see.
panic.
Chocolate.
Gandorf, but we're.
I think
we're
when
gonna get
Outlast
panicked,
Trials
though,
comes to
for sure.
console, it will get lots more popular. Is it going to console? I don't even know. I'm not
Yeah,
up to
they-
date
they
with
should.
games.
There was no
They
plan
said-
for it yet,
Well,
but
to rephrase, they said my assumption will be it'll be kind of like how
Drew
it's
underscore
outlined.
the underscore short
So, like, usually
underscore
by
straw
your-
is now following.
Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi Crew.
Yeah, I think it came out a year after Outlast soon, so I'll say between a year and a year and a half.
We'll see. Hopefully it comes out soon. I have a lot of friends who wanted to play
I
this
can
game.
only offer
Or come
fear
over to
and
my house for
pain
like
and
play something.
perversion and rage. Let these be your
And
teachers.
rage.
Let these
Okay.
show you a path to enlightenment.
Outlast is
just
in
for those
early
who are
access,
new
I
to my
think, after
stream,
Outlast Trials finishes
I
early
just
access
gotta
with
say,
consoles.
I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
the type of guy
Nice.
that don't like crazy shit. I'll tell you that.
Like, Ulu?
Nah, he lied. That, don't let him. My man had a mainstream.
I timed that so horribly because of the background.
I turned it on.
Do I have any consoles?
This
I have a
like, let's just getting
PS4
this
that's
done.
broken, and an Xbox. I
Yeah.
have both. Jumped over from Nonglishan. Oh,
Namu,
thank
I'll
you.
repeat it again for you, just for you. Namu.
Namu sucks.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. Listen.
I'm just kidding. He just
Yeah,
tried to
yeah,
kill
like
me
that.
so many times, dude.
I'm
He
not gonna
tried to
listen
kill
to
me,
what Joe
and
says.
and then he locked me in a fucking cell.
Right, Bagels.
You dressed in the maid outfit.
Yeah, because of the. It's not because of me. It's because of the charity. Okay.
He
Let's
picked
put out
it.
there.
No,
Hey, Jack.
he says
That was-
he said he only does what he wants to do.
Yes.
Clip
Yo.
that, bro. Oh, that's clipped right now.
Flip one.
Amu's true colors coming out.
I have a PS4 as well. I have a PC, but I need to upgrade it before I can game on it. Yeah, I did a lot of upgrades to this PC, or when I built it last year. It was crazy.
It was crazy because I got like a lot of it for free. Oh shit, that's right next to me. Nope, I'm going up. Bye. Sorry. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way that was spawning right next to me. Yo, are you over there? I think he's still down there.
Why is the cop with me?
The cop's with you? Can you ping him, please? Because I'm still at the very, very top, like at spawn. I'm still up here.
Over there.
Okay. Cool.
If he comes after you like that, like, thank God. Oh, he's still there.
He's still around.
You see that?
Fuck!
Jesus, take the
Fuck my life. Fuck my life.
It's your physical gifts to balance your limited mentality.
Slow down!
Think! I will show you the glory of the law! Perverted think!
I haven't used my recharge, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they could. But, oh no, oh no.
You're watching your stream while you're relaxing?
His YouTube for about a decade? What's a YouTube?
Chew? Root-chew?
YouTube.
Ooh-chew?
Yo, Mr. Sark says, run, Joe, run.
Shit.
X-Pop, right there.
Yeah, I do have a nice evasion. Dude, I'm trying so hard.
Watch out.
I heard about you.
You see that?
Vice Squad said you got proclaimed.
Close, be careful.
Scandalize the whore of Babylon. Grid search. Every inch. Ain't shit.
I think we all try to parody Atlas. Yeah, that's true. I remember one time.
Coil.
Lando? Lando, move.
Over there. You see that? X-Pop, right there.
There's like nowhere I can fucking go, guys. Lando, I told you to move. No, he was headed your way.
That's what I'm gonna say!
Police can see in the dark, or who can see in the dark? Just the gas mask man?
Just the dude, not the gas mask. He has green eyes.
Okay. I think we're safe.
I know where I left the gas.
Lando, do you still have the canister?
No, but I know where it is. You guys have to come back this way, by the way. This is the correct way, the way I was going.
Don't bring him this way. Loop him first,
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You gonna fry, boy?
Policeman, be careful.
Well, there's a cop right there. Do you guys have the gas canister or no?
It's this way. fucking first item I've grabbed this whole fucking game, bro. Fuck. Joe, are you near me? Oh, I don't see you anywhere.
Police guy's off me.
There's a syringe here.
This is heaven! Be cool, bitch! Be cool!
Oh no! Why would you do that? Oh my god, bro! You always do this to me! Oh my god, fuck my life. I fucking hate Psychosis so much. It's so creepy. Just need all these items, please. Betrayed? For real? He fucking shut up. This one's the dead end. Okay.
I'm just a big, like, bad luck for everyone, aren't I? Namu, you are just the embodiment of chaos.
Today? Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, he takes that as a fucking compliment, of course. Hey guys.
Hey, we're going this way.
Okay, we're going in?
Go left here.
Okay.
No, to your left. No, Kimchi, this. Can you help me? Can you guys open it? I have to drop it if I want to open it.
Yeah.
These guys, I swear.
Are carrying. Okay.
You'll try to kill me 20 million times, bro.
I didn't try to kill you. You just weren't fast enough.
Yo, shush.
Look, Kim, if I wanted to kill you, I would have already done it.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't see.
You're on the other side of the wall.
Where is he?
I do not.
I do have something to throw.
Top is here. Top is here.
You can smell that pinko scum. Only cure for it. Call the Vice Squad. Some half-cocked rapo's about to get a taste of their own medicine.
I almost screamed so loud, but I'm scared.
Don't make sense for a fella to chase a dying animal. You go on and bleed out, honey.
I hate you, Drew. What the fuck? That's not Joe! That's not Joe! That's not Joe! Fuck!
Goodness!
That was fucked up. That was so fucked up. Who's behind me? Who's behind me?
This way. Oh, you're good, you're good.
Yo!
Namu.
Where's my honey?
Shit. Joe, come back. Hurry.
Oh god. Kimchi, you ran into me?
Loop her. I thought you were opening it already. Dude. Loop her. It's open. Go.
Yeah, it's open.
I can't make it, I'm dead. I'm gone.
Crawl through.
Come on, Joe.
Crawl.
I'm crying. I can't move.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yes, Lando is a hero.
Run.
Oh my god, go towards it through this window.
Oh my god.
What do we go here?
Shit. I'm done. Joe, help. I'm down. Oh my god. I'm coming. I'm going to you. I'm trying.
Please, no, please.
You don't belong here!
I'm gonna die. Wait, I'm gonna die. Oh, dude.
But you fucking think so, bitch.
Wait.
You're gonna be alright.
I got you.
Joe's next.
Wait,
Oh my god.
Exit, right? Isn't the exit near the generator?
That'll heal.
Yes, we get the generator. We have to leave.
Right, but I'm saying, isn't the
No, the
exit near
exit
the
was not near the
generator?
generator. No.
Oh, it's
No,
not?
it's this way. Follow me.
And would that heal? Or
Yes.
Nope. Oh shit.
Shit, I was planning on going through that.
Oh fuck my life.
nope, never mind.
Oh shit.
Here.
Why is she stalking me?
Again? No.
Oh, okay. Gucci, we have to go that way. Understand? Be careful. I'll go first.
Get closer, be careful.
We can go this way. This way, over this thing. It should be this way.
Come here. Oh fuck. Thank you for following. Strange Pioneers, welcome in.
Strange Pioneers is now following.
Don't let them.
Wait, guys. The exit is here. The exit is here. I don't know. Oh god. Over here, over here, over here.
Oh my god.
Go up here, go up here.
Oh my god.
This side, this side, this side, this side.
Let me get my C. C's get degrees.
That was the most stressful. Oh my god.
You got a C plus, Joe.
Yo, I can't
At least it Namu, at least it wasn't CACA.
How are you?
At least it wasn't CACA. Oh shit.
Level 17.
I got a sleep set.
Called Phobia.
are you
I
doing,
played
Strange
Phasmophobia
Pioneers?
before.
Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
these- hey, I
We used
really
to play it a
appreciate
lot.
that. Thank you.
We used to play Phasmo a lot.
Phobia or blood?
Oh man. There are no adults here.
Is what? What was that again? One more time?
I said, isn't claustrophobia the fear of blood?
Oh man.
I don't know.
You can do better.
I'm bad with phobias.
If I'm going to sculpt you into a masterpiece,
Thank you so much.
I
Really
need you
appreciate it.
hard enough to grind.
Yeah, we need to chill with some music too.
What?
Do you know what a palindrome is?
No, I do not.
It's a word
guys,
spelled the same way forwards and backwards. So there's a phobia
don't?
for it.
Wait, why?
But the phobia
That was one of the
is
hardest
spelled the
maps,
same
for
forward
sure.
and backward.
Oh, bless your heart. How
Is
can
it?
you
Have you heard the fear of long words? That one's funny as well.
Oh
What?
good God.
if your heart
The fear of
slows,
long
be sure
words,
to tell a
it's
doctor.
the biggest fucking phobia on the entire thing. Like the longest
Fear
word.
of
Yeah.
long
Really?
words?
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh yeah, what is phobia? Hey, guys, I'm gonna get out the game, but I'll be in my Discord if you guys wanna like do a little chat.
For sure. Go get some. Go get some relax.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know how to
Yeah, I mean, I
English.
know that.
My brain cells.
Syringes can
Oh,
syringes can be
shit.
used
Oh, man.
twice. That's an upgrade.
Yeah, I
Right.
saw that. I was contemplating.
I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Yeah.
let's get the set. Let's see what the set. Good night, Namu. Take care.
Oh man. Good night.
I'm at 4
Full
tokens,
upgrade
so-
for my rig.
Nice. We twinsies. I have that too. Now you finally have poison.
No, I have poison. I just didn't have the last one, which I think was,
Oh, I
it
love this
starts
floor in a
fully
different
charged.
color.
Prepared.
Yeah.
Very good. This is good. This room looks nice. Yeah,
I
we're good.
really like these pants. They're definitely gonna be my main pants.
Look at
I definitely need a better
Kimchi's
shirt.
His name is Meow.
Just noticed.
I wasn't looking at people's names. The fuck? Dude, Joe fucking was like this in the corner when someone jump scared me on my stream. Fucking
I was doing
ass.
these. Landon was saying that the entire time. He's like, Joe, you trying to creep? I'm like, I want to see how long it takes for her to notice.
Respect the drip. Dude, I can't even really look at it. Hold on.
You can see it full screen if you click in the mirror and look at the.
You can see a full view? Where? How?
Yeah. So
Oh, focus. Clicking.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
I think I'm gonna head to bed as well.
Okay, good night, Lando. Thanks for playing with me today.
Tired.
Night, Lando.
Good night.
I'll probably be in Namu's Discord.
Yeah. Same
Alright.
here.
Hopping off game. Toodles. How often do you stream? I only stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I work full time. So I work a lot. I work a lot. I have a lot of other hobbies too, so streaming's more of just something that happens when I can. Let me unpin this message. There you go. I like stream hopping and meeting new people. Me too. That's one of my favorite things to do because I can never catch my friends streaming because they're all from East Coast and I'm from West Coast, so they typically stream right when I get off work, but then I have other things that I do. Like I have to take care of the dogs. I have to do all these supplemental things that kind of just take my time. I have dogs, spiders, and a bearded dragon. So they take a lot of my time. I wish life was easier. Life can be so busy. Yeah, that's true. I stay busy, dude. I love it, but also sometimes when I want a break, it never comes on the times that I want it to, you know what I mean? But it's cool. Like, it's not too difficult. Nice meeting you. Look forward to future streams. Thank you so much, Drew. I appreciate it. Thank you for scaring me. That was actually funny. I screamed really loud in my head, okay? But the guy was right in front of me, so I did not want to make a noise. I will join your streams more. Nice meeting you as well. If this time works out, I usually stream kind of like late in the night, for sure. Let's see. Is my music loud? Yeah, I usually stream around these times. I try not to stream too late, but again, like my friends like to stream late anyways, so it doesn't really work. It's kind of crazy. The hours that they are up is kind of crazy. They I think was it Sunday? We stayed up until it was 4:30 or 5 o'clock a.m. my time, so 8 o'clock their time, which was like, I was like, you guys really need to go to bed. I followed you on Instagram and subbed. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Support means so much to me. I wish I could do content creating kind of full time, but it's just not feasible, dude. What other games do you plan to stream? I kind of just I've played a lot of demos before. I like playing demos of just random games, really. Just whatever piques my interest, but it's usually something like farming simulators. I have been on a Animal Crossing kick lately. Growing on YouTube and Twitch should be easier. Sadly, it's hard. I mean, it's very saturated right now, right? So it's understandable. I mean, it's hard for someone to get noticed for something. You know what I mean? Like anything that you do, something has to stand out. I thought about streaming, but having not yet. It's tough. It's tough. I've dumped a lot into either my setup or like just doing things. I actually have this that I want to set up today. Hopefully everything works because I got it secondhand. But it's really cute. We can actually unbox it. Let me see if I can get my ePod cam out. Let me change it to just chatting real quick. So oh, where's my phone? This is my favorite song right now. It's so good. Such a good song. Wait, which phone is it on? Oh shit, my bad. Oh my god, that was horrible. Why is it so angled? Oh, that's why. Because it's freaking in your guys's. You guys can't see me anymore. That's why it's so angled. Oh Jesus. Oh jeez. Okay, let's put this down and we'll put this up. There you go. That's better. It's not holding my phone. It's very strange. The stream was good. 0 lag. What? Ouch. Ugh. I've done that so many times. I don't know why I keep sitting like this, like closer to this side. I can go this way more. I just never do it. I'm shy in person, but like meeting new people, watching streams and vids helps me be less shy. Well, I encourage you to maybe go out of your comfort zone. It takes a while to get used to, and like I remember my first stream, I was super excited and kind of just like hyper, but also nervous. I'm typically a shy person, but I've learned how to stray away from being too shy. It's hard, but like you do what you need to do, you know what I mean? Like you make sure you get to do everything that you want to do and need to do, and you have to find a way to do it. Oh god, what the heck? What? Okay, hold on. Let me move this. Why is it in front of my face? Please, please. What did I move? Wait, hold on. Okay, I think we should be good. Let me just crop this and flip it. Transform. Rotate 90. Oh god. This is gonna happen a little bit. Oops. Wait. Why can't I get it? I can't even see. There's too much stuff in the way. I'm sorry. There you go. Now I'm gonna crop it. That's my cup. I swear this was set up in a way where it wasn't like in my face like this. Very strange. Okay. What games are you excited for? There's actually this game called Fantasy Life that I am waiting. I'm like dying. I'm dying to play Fantasy Life right now. It's gonna be such a good game. I don't know if you've ever... Oh my god, it didn't transfer over. My cropping. Please? L streamer? Please? Oh, and I can't see again. There you go. So Fantasy Life's gonna be like one of the big ones that I'm completely waiting for. It's gonna be great. I freaking loved playing the game. I want to put a filter on this. Hold on. So I redid all of my my entire layout. I switched over from Streamlabs OBS to OBS Studios, so there's a lot of different things going on. This one? Oh, that didn't work. Never mind. Never mind. That didn't work. How long have you been streaming now? For maybe a year? A year and a few months? A year and a month? I want to say. Yeah. Okay. So, what piece is this? There's a lot of wires. I don't know what any of these are for. Okay, so this works like this as a stand for the mic. Where's the actual mic? Is this the mic? This is very strange. This is kind of strange. Okay, so you're still streaming? Yeah, I am still streaming. Streams are very cozy, especially when music is added. Too bad my music goes away after. Look how pretty this is. I love this mic, but it's my best friend's mic. She sings, so she let me use it. She doesn't have time to sing right now, but hopefully she can get back to it. This looks gorgeous though. That's a nice mic. Yeah, I got this whole rig for like 50 bucks on Mercari. Which I was trying to tell Joe, I got gypped out of freaking a cam link today. Here's the audio mixer. It's very like very compact, which I like. I love it. It's so cute. Would you say streaming is hard or easy or both? It depends on how much time and dedication you want to put into it and how much effort you're willing to put into learning about everything. But for example, like all of my channel points and things like that, it's like it's like a learning curve, right? So you're either gonna learn and do well with it, or it's gonna take you a long time to learn. Like mic setup and audio interfaces and stuff like that. Like for this, I probably would look up a YouTube video and it'd probably take me like 2 or 3 hours to learn everything to do. Also depends on some people stream without talking. It's more fun to stream and talk. That's on preference though. So preference is definitely a thing. Like sometimes I prefer to be like a little PNG drawing instead of talking, because it's just easy. Like it's super easy to do. Like it's low effort. I don't have to like think of what I'm gonna wear, what I'm gonna do, like the facial expressions that you make, because you do have to be aware of everything. You're broadcasting to the internet, right? It's not like everything can be so, I don't know, it's like your presentation, right? Like when you first meet someone, it's like, what do you want them to know and see? And then after that, you get to know them. How often do you draw on stream? I don't draw. I commission artists because I love art. I'm excited to hear what these sound like. I know these two, I think, are the only ones that you can change. Yeah, streams are live. But you can also like not save streams. You can also just turn the stream off too if you really want to. If it's hard. There's been a time where I just like turned stream off because I was like, I'm too exhausted to do this. So, and people understand. You have to cultivate your community. Wait, Namu, what's up? Noms, what's up? Were you guys waiting for me on Discord? We just chatting. I can no longer speak though. I'm done. I heard around 2 billion people game. Isn't that like most of the world? Like most not like probably like an age cap or something. I don't know. I do need to figure this out tomorrow. I am gonna stream. I kind of want to stream in the morning, but I think I'm gonna clean in the morning and stream around 11 p.m. PST until around 3 p.m. PST. So it should be a good 4 to 5 hours of stream, depending on what we do. I wanted to play a different game. Is that long to set up? I don't know. It shouldn't be too hard, but I do want to clean in the morning, so that's going to take up most of my morning for sure. I have a lot to clean. I have a separate audio interface for the XLR setup, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna use this one or keep this one and then just use the audio mixer. Watching Twitch has taught me a lot. Oh, I will join you as often as I can. Oh, that's so sweet. Stop. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. But yes, please take care of yourself too, though. Make sure to do that. It does take, like, it depends on what type of vibe you want to put out too, because that can be different. I know people have, like, different variations of how they are as well. Like, sometimes I'm hyper, sometimes I'm yelling and screaming, and then sometimes I'm just really chill and not trying to do anything, you know? It all depends. Depends on my mood. Thanks, it was fun stream. Happy to join. Happy fun. Oh, thank you so much. I'm actually gonna raid out. Let me see. If Namu has someone. Namu has a great streaming community. He knows a lot of streamers, so I always reach out to him when I need someone to raid or something like that. Oh, Baby Jules is playing Phasmophobia. We'll go ahead and raid Baby Jules. Have a good night. You have a good night too. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm aiming for 11 p.m. PST, so it's not a promise because sometimes things happen, right? But I will try my best to get there. Let me see. Let me say my... Where is that? Can you tell I'm not used to this? My activity feed. Let me just go ahead and say thank you, Strange Pioneers, for the follow. Thank you for redeeming. Good job, Drew. Drew followed me. Thank you. Gary, BF, thank you for the follow. Tyler Thunder, thank you. Cheddar, thank you. Scurvy Stew, thank you. Overcast Lift, thank you so much for the raid. Air Horns, thank you so much for the air horns. Dirty Panda. Hellhound Guardian, thank you for following. Gravity TK, thank you for the cookies. Fatal Night, oh my god, that close-up was very intense. That close-up was so intense. Thank you for redeeming fire as well, and my one brain cell. And for being first in stream. I appreciate you. You guys take care, okay? Bye. Bye. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Baby Chili's is now following.